Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The morning air was crisp against my skin as I loaded the last of my gear into the truck. October in the Pacific Northwest always brought that perfect combination of cool temperatures and stunning autumn colors that made every photographer's heart race. I had been planning this solo expedition for months, carefully selecting the most remote section of the Cascade Range where civilization felt like a distant memory. My camera bag held my most prized possessions: a professional DSLR, 3 different lenses, extra memory cards, and enough batteries to last 2 weeks. The camping gear filled the rest of the space: a 4-season tent, sleeping bag rated for freezing temperatures, portable stove, water filtration system, and enough dehydrated meals to sustain me for 10 days. I had done this routine dozens of times before, but something felt different about this particular trip. There was an urgency, almost a compulsion, that had driven me to choose this specific location. The drive took 3 hours on increasingly narrow roads until I reached the trailhead. The parking area was empty, which wasn't surprising given how remote this location was. Most hikers preferred the more accessible trails closer to the main highways. I preferred the solitude, the complete disconnection from the modern world that only true wilderness could provide. As I shouldered my 60-pound pack, the familiar weight settled into the grooves my shoulders had worn over years of backcountry travel. The trail began as a well-marked path through second-growth forest, but I knew that within a few miles it would fade into little more than game trails and compass bearings. The forest closed around me like a living cathedral. Ancient Douglas firs stretched toward the sky, their trunks so massive that 3 people holding hands couldn't encircle them. Moss draped everything in shades of emerald and jade, creating a softness that muffled every sound. The air smelled of decay and growth, the eternal cycle of the forest floor, where fallen giants fed the next generation of trees. I walked for hours, stopping occasionally to photograph particularly striking compositions: a fallen log covered in tiny mushrooms, the way afternoon light filtered through the canopy, creating columns of gold in the green darkness. My camera clicked steadily, capturing images that would never quite convey the true majesty of this place. By late afternoon, I had traveled nearly 8 miles from the trailhead. The official trail had disappeared hours ago, leaving me to navigate by topographical map and compass. I found myself in a small clearing beside a creek, the water running clear and cold over polished stones. The sound of moving water would provide a soothing soundtrack for the evening, and the open space would give me room to set up camp without having to clear undergrowth. Setting up camp was a practiced ritual. I cleared the ground of rocks and sticks, pitched my tent on a slight rise to avoid any potential flooding, and established a fire ring with stones from the creek bed. The portable stove would handle my cooking needs, but there was something deeply satisfying about having a real fire, especially as the days grew shorter and the nights longer. As the sun began its descent behind the western peaks, I prepared a simple meal of pasta and dried vegetables. The silence of the forest was profound, broken only by the gentle murmur of the creek and the occasional call of a bird settling in for the night. This was what I had come for: complete solitude, total peace, the chance to disconnect from the chaos of modern life and reconnect with something more primal and true. But as darkness began to creep through the trees, something changed. The bird calls stopped. The small rustlings and movements that typically characterized a healthy forest ecosystem simply ceased. The silence that remained wasn't the peaceful quiet I had been enjoying. It was something else entirely, something that made my skin crawl and my heart rate quicken. I told myself it was normal. Wildlife patterns could be unpredictable. Weather changes, the presence of predators, even the phase of the moon could affect animal behavior. But as I sat by my small campfire, the flames casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong with this place. I woke before dawn to the sound of absolute silence, not the peaceful quiet of wilderness morning, but a vacuum of sound that felt unnatural and deeply disturbing. Even the creek seemed muted, its gentle babbling reduced to barely audible whispers. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the tent ceiling, trying to identify what was bothering me so intensely. The air inside the tent felt thick and oppressive, despite the ventilation flaps being open. I could smell something underneath the usual forest scents of moss and decomposing leaves. Something musky and wild, like wet fur, and something else I couldn't identify. The odor was faint but persistent, and it seemed to be getting stronger. I unzipped the tent flap and stepped outside into the gray pre-dawn light. The fire had died to cold ashes sometime during the night, though I was certain I had banked it properly before going to sleep. The clearing looked different somehow, though I couldn't immediately identify what had changed. The trees seemed to press closer, their shadows deeper and more menacing than they had appeared the evening before. As I walked to the creek to fill my water bottles, I noticed the first concrete sign that something was amiss. In the soft mud beside the water, clear as day, was a footprint unlike anything I had ever seen. It was enormous, easily 18 inches long and nearly half as wide. The impression showed 5 distinct toes, each ending in what appeared to be a claw mark, but the overall shape was disturbingly human-like, as if someone had taken a human foot and scaled it up to impossible proportions. My hands trembled as I knelt beside the print, pulling out my camera to document what I was seeing. The depth of the impression suggested whatever had made it weighed considerably more than any known animal in this region. The edges were crisp and clean, indicating it had been made recently, probably during the night while I slept just 50 yards away. I spent the next hour searching the immediate area and found 3 more prints, forming a rough circle around my campsite. The stride length between prints was enormous, suggesting a creature that stood well over 7 feet tall. Claw marks scored several nearby trees at a height that made my stomach clench with fear. The gouges were 8 feet off the ground, far too high for any bear or other known predator. The rational part of my mind tried to find explanations. Perhaps it was an elaborate hoax, though the remoteness of the location made that unlikely. Maybe the prints belonged to a bear with an unusual gait, though no bear I knew of could leave marks that distinct or that high off the ground. But as I examined each piece of evidence, the explanations became increasingly far-fetched. I spent the day hiking through the surrounding forest, ostensibly looking for photographic opportunities, but really trying to find some logical explanation for what I had discovered. The forest felt different during daylight hours, still unnaturally quiet, but less immediately threatening. I managed to capture some decent images of fungi and moss formations, but my heart wasn't really in it. Throughout the day, I had the persistent feeling of being watched. Several times I spun around, certain I had glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision, only to find empty forest behind me. Twice I heard what sounded like branches breaking under considerable weight, but when I investigated, I found nothing that could explain the sounds. The most disturbing incident occurred around midday when I was photographing a particularly striking old-growth cedar. I was adjusting my camera settings when I heard what could only be described as breathing, deep, rhythmic inhalations and exhalations that seemed to come from directly behind me. I froze, my finger on the camera's shutter release, afraid to turn around. The breathing continued for perhaps 30 seconds before gradually fading away. When I finally worked up the courage to look behind me, I found another footprint in a patch of soft earth, this one even clearer than the ones I had discovered that morning. The toes were spread wide, as if whatever had made it had been moving carefully, trying to remain silent. The implication sent ice through my veins. As evening approached and I made my way back to camp, I found myself walking faster and faster, eventually breaking into a nervous trot. The shadows seemed to move independently of the wind, and every sound made me jump. By the time I reached my clearing, my heart was pounding and sweat was running down my back despite the cool temperature. I built my fire larger than necessary, creating a circle of light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. But as I sat beside the flames, eating a tasteless meal of dried rice and vegetables, I realized that all the light in the world wouldn't protect me from whatever was out there in the darkness, watching and waiting. The second night was when everything changed. I had reinforced my campsite as best I could, hanging my food from a high branch and clearing away any brush that might provide concealment for whatever was stalking me. I kept the fire burning bright and stayed awake as long as possible, but eventually exhaustion overcame fear and I dozed fitfully in my tent. I jerked awake to the sound of footsteps circling my camp. Not the careful, stealthy movements I might have expected from a wild animal, but deliberate, measured steps that spoke of intelligence and intent. The footsteps moved in a slow circle around my tent, each step heavy enough to vibrate through the ground and up into my sleeping bag. My mouth went dry and my heart hammered against my ribs as I listened to the methodical patrol. Whatever was out there wasn't just passing through, it was studying me, learning my habits, perhaps deciding what to do with me. The footsteps would pause occasionally, and during those terrifying silences, I could hear deep, rumbling breathing that sounded disturbingly like a cross between human and animal. I fumbled for my flashlight with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. The beam cut through the tent fabric and illuminated the surrounding forest. But the footsteps had stopped the moment I turned it on. The silence that followed was somehow more terrifying than the sounds had been. I knew it was still out there, just beyond the reach of my light, watching and waiting. For what felt like hours, I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, the flashlight clutched in my sweaty hands, straining to hear any sound that might tell me what was happening outside my thin nylon shelter. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting weak, flickering shadows that danced across the tent walls like grasping fingers. Then I heard it, a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. It started as a low rumble, like distant thunder, but gradually rose in pitch until it became a howl that seemed to come from the depths of hell itself. The sound was impossibly deep and loud, reverberating through the forest and seeming to shake the very ground beneath me. But what made it truly terrifying was the intelligence behind it. This wasn't the random vocalization of a wild animal, but a deliberate communication, a message meant specifically for me. The howl went on for nearly 30 seconds before trailing off into a series of guttural growls and clicking sounds that reminded me sickeningly of language. Whatever was out there was trying to communicate, and the message was crystal clear. I was not welcome here. When morning finally came, I emerged from my tent to find evidence that my night visitor had been even closer than I had imagined. The embers of my fire had been scattered, still warm coals spread across the clearing in a pattern that looked almost like symbols. My camp stove had been moved from where I had left it, relocated to the exact center of the clearing and surrounded by a circle of perfectly arranged pine cones. But the most disturbing discovery was the message left on my tent. Scratched into the nylon fabric were 4 parallel lines, each about 8 inches long and clearly made by claws. The cuts hadn't gone all the way through the material, but they had removed the waterproof coating, leaving bright yellow streaks against the green fabric. The scratches were positioned at exactly the height where my head had been while I lay inside. I spent the morning documenting everything with my camera, though I knew the photographs would never convey the sheer terror of the experience. The footprints were everywhere now, no longer confined to the creek bed, but crisscrossing the entire clearing in complex patterns that suggested hours of activity. Some of the prints were so clear I could make out individual toe pad impressions and the texture of what appeared to be coarse hair on the sides of the feet. The tree markings had multiplied as well. What had been isolated claw marks the day before were now elaborate scorings that covered dozens of trees around my camp. Some of the marks were fresh, the white wood still weeping sap, while others appeared older, as if whatever was doing this had been using this area for a long time. As I examined the evidence, a horrible realization began to dawn on me. This wasn't random behavior, it was territorial marking. Whatever was out there had claimed this area as its own, and I was being warned to leave. But there was something else in the markings, something that suggested a level of intelligence and planning that no known animal possessed. The scratches on the trees weren't random gouges, but seemed to follow patterns, almost like a primitive form of writing. Some of the markings were arranged in groups of 3 or 4, while others formed intricate spirals and intersecting lines. It was as if I had stumbled into the territory of something that existed at the boundary between animal and something far more disturbing. I made the decision to leave immediately. Whatever was out there had shown remarkable restraint so far. but I sensed that restraint was wearing thin. The messages were becoming more aggressive, more direct, and I had no desire to find out what the next escalation might involve. But as I began to pack my gear, I realized I was no longer alone in the daylight hours. Movement in the trees around the clearing caught my eye. Not the random motion of wind-blown branches, but purposeful movement that stayed always at the edge of visibility. Whatever was stalking me had decided stealth was no longer necessary. Packing my gear became an exercise in controlled terror. Every few seconds I would catch glimpses of something moving through the trees, a flash of dark fur, the gleam of eyes, a massive shape shifting between the massive trunks of the old-growth forest. Whatever was out there had abandoned all pretense of hiding and was now openly stalking me as I prepared to leave its territory. My hands shook so badly I could barely zip my pack closed. Items I had packed and repacked hundreds of times suddenly seemed impossible to organize. I kept dropping things, my fingers refusing to work properly as adrenaline flooded my system. The familiar routines that usually brought me comfort now felt like obstacles keeping me trapped in this nightmare. The sounds were getting closer. I could hear branches snapping under considerable weight, the distinctive sound of something large pushing through the underbrush without concern for stealth. Occasionally, there would be a low rumbling growl that seemed to come from multiple directions at once, as if the forest itself had developed a voice and was expressing its displeasure with my presence. I shouldered my pack, the weight that had felt manageable yesterday now seeming impossibly heavy. My legs felt weak and unsteady, but I forced myself to start moving toward what I hoped was the direction of the trail. The forest that had seemed beautiful and welcoming just 2 days ago now felt like a maze designed to trap me. Every tree looking identical, every shadow potentially concealing a threat. The harassment began almost immediately. Rocks would come sailing out of the forest to crash into trees just feet away from me. They weren't thrown with enough force to cause serious harm, but the message was clear. Whatever was out there could hit me anytime it wanted. The psychological effect was devastating, turning every step into an act of courage. Branches would suddenly snap and fall across my path, forcing me to detour around them and further confusing my sense of direction. Twice, I came across trees that had been freshly uprooted and deliberately placed to block my route. Each obstacle required precious time and energy to navigate around, and I could sense my stalker's satisfaction with each delay. The worst part was the sounds that followed me. Heavy footsteps that stayed always just behind the limit of visibility, moving with a gait that was disturbingly similar to a human walk, but with a stride length that spoke of something much larger. The breathing was constant now, deep and rhythmic, like a steam engine building pressure. About an hour into my escape attempt, I made a critical error. In my panic to keep moving, I had been following what appeared to be an animal trail without paying proper attention to my compass bearing. When I finally stopped to check my position, I realized I had been walking in a wide circle and was actually farther from the main trail than when I had started. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I was lost in territory controlled by something that wanted me gone. Something that seemed to be herding me deeper into the wilderness rather than allowing me to escape. The rational part of my mind tried to maintain that I was dealing with an animal, perhaps a bear with unusual behavior, but the evidence of intelligence and planning was becoming impossible to ignore. I pulled out my topographical map and compass, trying to ignore the sounds of movement in the forest around me while I plotted a new course. The terrain was steep and broken, cut by ravines and blocked by areas of fallen timber that would be nearly impossible to navigate with a full pack. But I had to try. Staying in one place was no longer an option. As I studied the map, a shadow fell across the paper. I looked up to see a massive shape standing perhaps 50 yards away, partially concealed behind a cluster of cedar trees. For the first time, I got a clear look at what had been stalking me, and the sight nearly stopped my heart. It stood at least 9 feet tall on 2 legs, covered in dark brown fur that looked coarse and matted. The head was enormous, somewhere between human and ape, with intelligent eyes that reflected the filtered sunlight like mirrors. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, and arms that hung nearly to its knees ended in hands that were clearly capable of the destruction I had witnessed at my campsite. We stared at each other for perhaps 10 seconds, predator and prey locked in a moment of mutual assessment. Then it tilted its head back and released another of those bone-chilling howls, the sound echoing through the forest like a declaration of ownership. The message was unmistakable. This was its domain, and I was an unwelcome intruder who had already stayed far too long. When the howl ended, the creature took a deliberate step forward, then another. It wasn't charging or showing aggression in the traditional sense, but it was making its intentions clear. The time for warnings had passed. Now it was simply going to remove me from its territory, and I suspected its methods would be far from gentle. I ran. Running through old-growth forest with a 60-pound pack is a special kind of hell. Every step was a calculated risk. Every obstacle a potential trap. Fallen logs became hurdles that had to be vaulted or climbed over, consuming precious energy and time. Root systems created ankle-breaking hazards hidden under carpets of fallen leaves. Low branches grabbed at my pack and clothes, trying to slow me down and keep me within reach of the nightmare that pursued me. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit were terrifying in their consistency. Unlike a typical predator that might make a quick rush and then give up, this thing was maintaining a steady pace that suggested it could keep this up for hours. The footsteps were heavy and regular, accompanied by the sound of vegetation being crushed and trees being pushed aside with casual strength. I could hear its breathing deep and rhythmic like a bellows, but without any sign of exertion. Whatever this creature was, it was built for endurance, designed to chase down prey over long distances. The realization that I was engaged in a pursuit I could not possibly win sent fresh waves of panic through my system. My pack, which had been a carefully balanced load that morning, now felt like it was full of concrete blocks. The camera equipment that represented months of savings bounced against my back with every step, the metal corners digging into my spine. My sleeping bag, lashed to the bottom of the pack, kept catching on branches and nearly yanking me off my feet. I tried to remember my emergency training, the wilderness survival courses I had taken years ago that emphasized staying calm and thinking clearly in crisis situations. But all of that rational thought was overwhelmed by the primitive terror of being hunted by something that should not exist, something that challenged every assumption I had about the natural world. The creature behind me began to vocalize as it ran, releasing a series of grunts and barks that sounded disturbingly like laughter. It was enjoying this, treating my desperate flight as some form of entertainment. The psychological impact was devastating. Being hunted was bad enough, but being hunted by something that found my terror amusing was beyond my ability to process. A creek appeared ahead, cutting across my path in a steep-sided ravine about 20 feet wide. Under normal circumstances, I would have looked for a safer crossing point, but normal circumstances no longer applied. I didn't slow down, launching myself across the gap with desperation-fueled strength. I almost made it. My feet hit the far bank, but the soft earth crumbled under my weight and I slid backward into the icy water. The creek was only about 3 feet deep, but the shock of the cold water and the weight of my pack drove me to my knees. I struggled to maintain my footing on the slippery rocks, aware that this delay might have given my pursuer the opportunity it needed to close the distance. I scrambled up the far bank, my clothes soaked and my body temperature dropping rapidly. Behind me, I heard a sound that made my blood freeze. The creature had stopped at the edge of the ravine and was making what could only be described as laughing sounds. Deep, rumbling chuckles that spoke of intelligence and amusement at my predicament. Looking back over my shoulder as I continued to run, I saw it standing at the edge of the ravine, making no attempt to cross. Instead, it raised one massive arm and pointed in the direction I was heading, then began moving parallel to the creek, staying on its side of the water while I stumbled through the forest on mine. The horrible realization dawned on me that it wasn't just chasing me, it was hurting me, driving me in a specific direction for reasons I couldn't begin to understand. This wasn't the random pursuit of a wild animal protecting its territory, but a calculated hunt with an objective I couldn't comprehend. The terrain ahead was getting steeper and more difficult, cut by more ravines and blocked by areas where fallen trees had created nearly impenetrable tangles. I was being driven into increasingly difficult terrain, away from any possible help and deeper into wilderness that might not see another human being for years. My strength was failing rapidly. The combination of fear, cold, and physical exertion was taking its toll, and I could feel my coordination beginning to break down. I stumbled more frequently, caught my feet on roots and rocks, and had to rest more often despite the presence of the creature that continued to parallel my course. During one of these brief rests, gasping for breath behind a massive Douglas fir, I heard something that chilled me more than anything that had come before. The creature had begun to call, releasing a series of howls and barks that echoed through the forest. After a few moments, those calls were answered by similar vocalizations from at least 2 different directions. It wasn't alone. There were others, and they were coordinating their efforts to trap me in these trackless woods. I was no longer being chased by a single creature protecting its territory. I was being hunted by a pack of intelligent predators who had turned my escape into some kind of organized operation. The sounds of pursuit had multiplied, coming from multiple directions now, as the creatures worked together to drive me toward some predetermined destination. Whatever that destination was, I had no desire to discover what waited for me there. The forest around me had become a nightmare maze of sound and movement. No matter which direction I tried to turn, there were signs of the creatures moving to cut off my escape routes. They communicated with each other through a series of barks, howls, and clicking sounds that demonstrated a level of coordination that no known animal species possessed. I was being driven uphill now, toward what my topographical map showed as a series of cliffs and dead-end canyons. The terrain was becoming increasingly treacherous, with loose rock and steep grades that made every step dangerous. My pursuers seemed to know exactly where they were herding me, and the destination was clearly not going to be pleasant. My pack had become an unbearable burden, but I was afraid to abandon it because it contained my only emergency supplies. The camera equipment that had been so important to me just days ago now seemed like meaningless weight that was hastening my death. But the sleeping bag and emergency food might be the difference between surviving a night in the wilderness and becoming a statistic. The sounds of the hunt had become a constant background noise, heavy footsteps moving through the underbrush, branches breaking under considerable weight, and those disturbing vocalizations that continued to coordinate the creature's movements. Occasionally, I would catch glimpses of dark shapes moving between the trees, always staying just at the edge of clear visibility, but making their presence unmistakably known. I stumbled into a small clearing and realized I had made a critical error. The open space was surrounded on 3 sides by steep rock walls that rose at least 50 feet into the canopy. The only exit was the way I had come in, and that route was now blocked by the sounds of approaching footsteps from multiple directions. This was what they had been driving me toward. A natural trap where my mobility would be completely eliminated and escape would be impossible. I turned in a slow circle, looking up at the cliff walls and realizing that climbing them with my pack would be impossible, and climbing them without my survival gear would leave me exposed and defenseless even if I managed to reach the top. The footsteps were getting closer, coming from the mouth of the canyon behind me. I could hear at least 3 distinct sets of footfalls, moving with the confidence of predators who knew their prey was cornered. The vocalizations had stopped, replaced by a silence that was somehow more terrifying than all the noise had been. I pressed my back against the far wall of the canyon, feeling the cold stone through my wet clothes. My heart was beating so hard I thought it might explode, and my breathing was coming in ragged gasps that echoed off the rock walls around me. Every shadow seemed to be moving, every sound magnified by the acoustic properties of the enclosed space. The first creature appeared at the mouth of the canyon, and seeing it in full daylight was more terrifying than any of my previous glimpses had been. It was massive, easily 9 feet tall and built like a linebacker, but with proportions that were disturbingly wrong. The arms were too long, the shoulders too broad, the head too large for anything that should exist in the natural world. Its fur was dark brown and matted, hanging in clumps that suggested a life spent in the deep forest far from any human contact. But it was the eyes that were most disturbing, intelligent, calculating, and filled with something that might have been curiosity about what it had cornered in this stone trap. A second creature appeared beside the first, then a third. They moved with a coordination that spoke of intelligence and planning, spreading out across the mouth of the canyon to eliminate any possibility of escape. Each was slightly different from the others, variations in size and coloring that suggested they were individuals rather than some uniform species. They stood there for what felt like an eternity, studying me with those unsettling, intelligent eyes. I had expected them to charge, to finish whatever game they had been playing with me during the chase through the forest. Instead, they seemed to be evaluating me, perhaps deciding what to do with their captured prey. The largest of the three, the one that had first revealed itself to me back at my camp, took a step forward. Then another. Its movements were deliberate and controlled, showing no sign of aggression, but making it clear that it was in complete control of the situation. When it was about 10 feet away from me, it stopped and tilted its massive head to one side, studying me like a curious child examining an interesting insect. Then it did something that nearly stopped my heart. It spoke. Not in English, not in any human language, but in a series of complex vocalizations that were clearly communicative. The sounds were directed at its companions, but the creature never took its eyes off me while it spoke. The other two responded with their own vocalizations, and I realized I was listening to a conversation about my fate conducted by beings that should not exist. The discussion went on for several minutes, with different creatures contributing what sounded like opinions or suggestions. The tones varied from what might have been curiosity to what sounded disturbingly like hunger. I stood frozen against the rock wall, unable to move or think clearly, while my captors decided what to do with me. Finally, the conversation ended. The largest creature took another step forward, so close now that I could smell its musky odor and see the intelligence burning in its eyes. It reached out with one massive hand, extending a finger that ended in a claw easily 3 inches long. I closed my eyes, certain that this was the end, that whatever these creatures were, they had decided I represented a threat that needed to be eliminated. The claw touched my forehead surprisingly gently and stayed there for perhaps 5 seconds. Then the creature stepped back and released another of those earth-shaking howls that had terrorized me throughout this ordeal. When I opened my eyes, all 3 creatures had turned away and were walking back toward the mouth of the canyon. The largest one looked back at me once, its expression unreadable, before disappearing into the forest with its companions. I remained pressed against the rock wall for at least another hour, unable to believe that they had simply left me alive. The silence of the forest gradually returned to normal. Bird calls resumed, small animals began moving through the underbrush, and the oppressive sense of being watched slowly faded away. When I finally worked up the courage to move away from the rock wall, my legs nearly gave out from the combination of exhaustion and shock. The creatures had vanished as completely as if they had never existed, leaving me alone in the canyon with nothing but my own traumatic memories as proof of what had happened. I checked my camera, hoping I had managed to capture some evidence during my ordeal, but found that in my panic, I had failed to take a single photograph of the creatures themselves. The images on my memory card showed only forest scenery from the early parts of my trip, before the nightmare had begun. Without photographic proof, I knew no one would believe what I had experienced. The walk out of the canyon and back toward the main trail was a surreal experience. The forest had returned to normal, filled with the usual sounds and movements of a healthy ecosystem. It was as if the creatures had never existed, as if the past 3 days had been nothing more than an elaborate hallucination brought on by isolation and stress. But the physical evidence was undeniable. The claw marks on my tent, the enormous footprints around my campsite, the tree markings that had been carved too high for any known animal. All of it was real and documented in my photographs. Whatever those creatures were, they had left proof of their existence scattered throughout their territory. The hike back to my truck took most of the day, and with every step, the experience felt more and more like a dream. In the rational world of highways and cell phone service, it became increasingly difficult to believe that such creatures could exist undiscovered in the modern world. Yet the evidence was there, stored in my camera and burned into my memory. I drove home in a daze, my mind struggling to process what I had experienced. The comfortable familiarity of civilization felt alien after my encounter with something that existed outside the boundaries of accepted reality. traffic lights, and strip malls seemed like elaborate stage sets, artificial constructs that had no relevance to the primal truth I had discovered in the deep forest. The physical recovery from my ordeal took weeks. The scratches and bruises healed, my sleep patterns gradually returned to normal, and the hypervigilance that had kept me jumping at every unexpected sound slowly faded away. But the psychological impact lingered, coloring every aspect of my life with the knowledge that the world contained mysteries far more profound and terrifying than I had ever imagined. I developed the photographs from my trip, studying every image for details I might have missed. The footprints were clear and undeniable. The claw marks on trees showed obvious intelligence in their placement and pattern. But without images of the creatures themselves, I knew I could never convince anyone of what I had experienced. I researched everything I could find about similar encounters, delving into folklore, anthropological studies, and the accounts of other people who claimed to have seen things that shouldn't exist. The stories were remarkably consistent across different times and cultures, describing creatures that matched what I had encountered but which science insisted were impossible. The isolation was perhaps the hardest part to bear. How do you tell friends and family that you've encountered something that challenges every assumption about the natural world? How do you explain that there are intelligent creatures living in the deep forest, creatures that possess technology and social organization, but which have remained hidden from human civilization? I tried to return to my normal life, but the passion for wilderness photography that had driven me for years had been fundamentally altered. Every forest now seemed to hold the potential for encounters with things that might be better left undisturbed. The solitude I had once craved now felt dangerous, filled with unknown watchers who might not be as tolerant of human intrusion as the creatures I had encountered. Months passed before I felt ready to venture into the wilderness again, and when I did, it was with a group of other photographers and on well-traveled trails that stayed close to civilization. The deep forests remained off-limits, their shadows holding too many possibilities for encounters I was not prepared to face again. But sometimes, in the quiet hours of early morning or late evening, I would find myself studying topographical maps and wondering what other secrets the wilderness might hold. The rational part of my mind knew I should be grateful for my escape and content to leave those mysteries unsolved. Yet there was another part of me, a part that had been awakened by my encounter with the impossible, that wondered what other truths might be waiting in the places where humans rarely venture. The nightmares began about a month after I returned from the forest. They were vivid and detailed, featuring the intelligent eyes and massive forms of the creatures I had encountered. Sometimes I would dream I was back in that canyon, trapped and helpless while they decided my fate. Other times, the dreams would place them in familiar settings: my backyard, the parking lot outside my apartment, the aisles of the grocery store where I shopped. What made the dreams particularly disturbing was their consistency. The creatures always appeared exactly as I remembered them, down to the smallest details of their appearance and behavior. My subconscious mind wasn't embellishing or distorting the memories. It was simply replaying them with perfect accuracy, forcing me to relive the terror over and over again. I began to dread falling asleep, knowing that rest would bring no peace but only a return to that nightmare landscape where impossible things stalked through the shadows. The lack of quality sleep began to affect every aspect of my life, making it difficult to concentrate at work and causing me to withdraw from social interactions that had once brought me pleasure. My photography business suffered as I found myself unable to maintain the enthusiasm and focus that professional work required. Clients began to notice the change in the quality of my work, and several projects were canceled when I failed to deliver images that met their expectations. The financial stress only added to my psychological burden, creating a downward spiral that seemed impossible to escape. I tried to discuss my experience with a few close friends, but their reactions ranged from polite skepticism to outright dismissal. One suggested I see a therapist, implying that the stress of solo wilderness travel had caused me to have some kind of psychological break. Another laughed it off as an overactive imagination, suggesting I had been watching too many horror movies. The most painful reaction came from my brother, a wildlife biologist who had always supported my photography work. When I showed him the photographs of the footprints and claw marks, he examined them with professional skepticism before offering a series of rational explanations. The footprints were hoax tracks made by someone with modified boots, he said. The claw marks were probably made by a bear reaching up to mark territory, with the height distorted by my emotional state. His dismissal hurt more than the others because I had hoped his scientific background would lend credibility to my claims. Instead, his expertise only served to reinforce how impossible my story sounded to rational minds. I stopped trying to convince anyone and began to wonder if perhaps they were right. Maybe I had experienced some kind of breakdown that had caused me to imagine things that never really happened. But the physical evidence wouldn't let me dismiss the experience so easily. The scratches on my tent were real. The photographs of the footprints were clear and detailed, and the precise measurements I had taken of the claw marks in the trees provided concrete data that couldn't be explained away by psychological stress. I began to research the area where I had encountered the creatures, diving deep into historical records and geological surveys. What I found was disturbing in its consistency. The region had a long history of unexplained disappearances dating back over a century. Hikers, hunters, and even trained search and rescue personnel had vanished without a trace in those deep woods. Native American tribes in the area had legends about the forest that matched my experience with unsettling accuracy. They spoke of ancient guardians who protected the deep woods from human intrusion, beings of immense size and intelligence who would tolerate human presence only to a point. The tribal elders I managed to contact were reluctant to discuss the legends in detail, but their expressions when I mentioned my experience suggested they knew exactly what I was talking about. I found myself drawn back to the edges of that wilderness area, driving the mountain roads that bordered the region where I had encountered the creatures. I never ventured back into the forest itself, but I would park at overlooks and scan the tree line with binoculars, looking for any sign of movement that might confirm that my experience had been real. On several occasions, I thought I glimpsed something moving in the distant forest, dark shapes that seemed too large and moved in patterns that didn't match any known wildlife. But the distance was too great to be certain, and the rational part of my mind insisted that I was seeing only what I wanted to see, projecting my memories onto innocent shadows and normal forest activity. The isolation became overwhelming. Unable to share my experience with anyone who would believe me, I began to feel like I was carrying a burden too heavy for one person to bear. The knowledge that such creatures existed, that they lived just beyond the boundaries of human civilization, felt like a secret that was slowly destroying me from within. I started attending support groups for people who had experienced traumatic events, but I could never bring myself to share the specific details of what had happened to me. How could I tell a room full of accident survivors and crime victims that I had been terrorized by creatures that science insisted didn't exist? My story would sound like the ravings of someone who had lost touch with reality. The anniversary of my encounter approached with the inevitability of a death sentence. As the date grew closer, my anxiety levels increased dramatically. I found myself unable to sleep for more than a few hours at a time, and when I did sleep, the dreams were more vivid and terrifying than ever. The creatures seemed to be calling to me, drawing me back to their domain for reasons I couldn't understand. 3 days before the anniversary, I made a decision that terrified me but felt unavoidable. I would return to the forest, not to seek out another encounter, but to prove to myself that the creatures were real and that my experience had been more than just a psychological breakdown. I needed evidence that would convince others, documentation that would validate what I had endured. I prepared for the trip with obsessive care, checking and rechecking every piece of equipment. This time I brought multiple cameras, including several with motion-activated triggers that could capture images even when I wasn't present. I packed extra batteries, memory cards, and backup equipment for everything critical to the mission. The drive to the trailhead was surreal, every mile bringing back memories of my previous journey and the terror that had followed. But alongside the fear was a strange sense of anticipation, almost relief at the prospect of finally obtaining proof of what I had experienced. If I could document the creature's existence, Perhaps I could finally share the burden of this knowledge with others. I parked at the same trailhead where my nightmare had begun exactly 1 year earlier. The forest looked identical, but my perception of it had been forever changed. Where I had once seen beauty and tranquility, I now saw potential danger lurking behind every tree. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more ominous, the very air charged with possibilities I didn't want to contemplate. As I shouldered my pack and started down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking back into the mouth of some vast predator, voluntarily placing myself in danger that any rational person would avoid. But the need for validation, for proof that would silence the doubts that had plagued me for an entire year, drove me forward into the green darkness of the ancient forest. The trees closed around me like the walls of a prison, and I realized that regardless of what I found on this journey, I would never be the same person who had emerged from these woods a year ago. The innocent photographer who had come here seeking beautiful images was gone forever, replaced by someone who knew that the world contained mysteries far darker and more dangerous than most people could ever imagine. But as terrifying as that knowledge was, it was also liberating in a way. I was no longer constrained by the comfortable assumptions of civilized life. I had seen beyond the veil of ordinary reality, and that vision, however frightening, had shown me truths that most people would never experience. Whether I survived this return journey or not, I would face whatever waited in the deep woods, with eyes wide open and a heart that, despite everything, still beat with the courage to seek truth in the darkest corners of the unknown. The forest welcomed me back with the same deceptive beauty that had first drawn me to this place, but now I knew what lay beneath that beautiful facade. Somewhere in these ancient trees, intelligence watched and waited, measuring my progress and deciding once again what to do with the human who had dared to return to their domain. This time, however, I was ready for them. This time I would not leave without proof of their existence, no matter what the cost might be. It's been 6 months since we lost Marcus. 6 months of a silence between my sister Beth and me that felt heavier and more suffocating than any grief I could process. He was the glue, the vibrant laughing bridge between my pragmatism and her artistic chaos. With him gone, we were just two strangers sharing a history of inside jokes that no longer felt funny. That's why I booked the cabin. I thought the Ozark National Forest, with its rugged, honest wilderness, could be the neutral territory where we might find our way back to each other. I thought the quiet would be healing. I was wrong about everything. The last few miles to the cabin were a testament to the word secluded. My sedan bounced and rattled over a winding dirt road, the color of rust that seemed to burrow deeper into the earth with every turn. Towering oaks and hickories formed a dense canopy overhead, swallowing the late afternoon sun and plunging us into a humid green twilight. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my architect's mind cataloging the remoteness, the sheer distance from anything resembling civilization. Are we there yet? Beth's voice was flat, devoid of its usual melodic lilt. She hadn't looked up from her sketchbook since we'd left the main highway, her pencil moving in short, angry strokes across the paper. Almost, I said, trying to inject some cheer into my tone. The owner said to look for a hand-carved sign reading, "Still Water." When we finally found it, the cabin sat in a small clearing, like a dark secret the forest was reluctant to reveal. It was smaller than the pictures had suggested, built from massive, dark logs that looked ancient. The gaps were chinked with gray, crumbling mortar that had seen too many harsh winters. It had the presence of something that had grown out of the earth rather than been built upon it. My first thought was of structural integrity. Beth's, I'm sure, was of its rustic charm. The silence hit us immediately when I turned off the engine. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but something wrong, something missing. Where were the bird calls, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush? Even the insects seemed to have abandoned this place. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth, but underneath lurked something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. A single large room served as living, dining, and sleeping space, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall. The furniture was sturdy, handmade, and worn smooth with time, but covered in a fine layer of dust that suggested abandonment. "Well, it's authentic," I said, running a hand over the rough-hewn mantel. My fingers came away grimy. Beth finally looked up from her sketchbook, her eyes, the same deep brown as Marcus's, scanning the room with new interest. "It's perfect," she whispered, though her voice carried an odd tremor. That first evening, as we unpacked our supplies and tried to settle in, the wrongness of the place became more apparent. The silence wasn't just unusual, it was absolute. No cricket songs, no owl hoots, no scurrying of nocturnal creatures. Even the wind seemed reluctant to stir the leaves around our clearing. "Do you notice how quiet it is?" Beth asked as we sat on the porch, nursing cups of lukewarm coffee from the thermos I'd brought. "It's peaceful," I replied, but my voice sounded too loud in the oppressive stillness. "No, it's not peaceful. It's empty." She was right. It felt as though we were the only living things for miles, sitting in a void where nature had simply given up. The sensation raised goosebumps along my arms despite the warm evening air. That night, I lay on the narrow bunk bed listening to Beth's restless tossing in the bed across the room. The silence pressed against the cabin walls like a living thing, so complete it felt hostile. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with images of Marcus falling, always falling, while I reached out helplessly from above. Morning brought no relief from the unnatural quiet, but at least daylight made it seem less menacing. We decided to explore the immediate area, following a worn trail that led from our clearing deeper into the forest. The path was well maintained, clearly used regularly, but we encountered no other hikers. "Look at this," Beth called, crouching beside a large oak tree about a quarter-mile from the cabin. She was examining something carved into the bark, not initials or hearts, but strange symbols that looked deliberate yet meaningless. They were fresh, the exposed wood still pale and raw. "Probably just kids messing around," I said, but the symbols made me uncomfortable. They had an organized quality that suggested purpose rather than random vandalism. As we continued our hike, we found more trees marked with similar carvings. Always the same symbols, always at the same height, always facing the trail. Someone was marking territory, creating a pattern that led deeper into the woods. "We should turn back," I said when we reached a bend where the trail split into 3 directions, each path marked with one of the carved symbols. "Just a little further," Beth pleaded. "I want to see where this leads." But something in my gut, some primal survival instinct, screamed warnings. The deeper we went, the more wrong everything felt. The trees here seemed stunted, their branches twisted into unnatural shapes. The ground was soft and spongy underfoot, and that unpleasant organic smell from the cabin grew stronger. We turned back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Several times I spun around, certain I'd glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision, but saw only empty trail behind us. That evening, the silence felt different, more deliberate. As if something was actively suppressing all sound in our area, creating a bubble of unnaturally dead air around our clearing. The scraping started on our second night. We were sitting on the porch again, both of us reluctant to go inside despite our exhaustion from the day's hiking. The silence had become so oppressive that even our whispered conversations felt like violations. Then we heard it. A slow, rhythmic scraping sound coming from the edge of the woods. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, like something heavy being dragged across rough ground. "What is that?" Beth whispered, her hand instinctively reaching for mine. "Probably an animal," I said, but my voice shook. The sound was too regular, too purposeful to be natural. The scraping continued for nearly an hour, moving in a slow circuit around our clearing but staying just inside the tree line. Whatever was making it remained invisible in the darkness beyond our porch light's reach. When it finally stopped, the silence that followed felt pregnant with threat. We spent that night with the door barricaded and chairs wedged under all the windows. I told myself we were being paranoid, but I couldn't ignore the evidence of my own senses. Something was out there in the woods, something that didn't belong. The next morning I found them. Two parallel grooves in the earth at the forest's edge, about a foot apart and carved several inches deep. They ran for about 10 feet before disappearing into the undergrowth. The disturbed soil was still dark with moisture, confirming what I already knew. They were fresh. I didn't show them to Beth. She was already jumpier than I'd ever seen her, startling at every small sound and constantly looking over her shoulder. But I photographed them with my phone, though the images somehow failed to capture the ominous quality they possessed in person. By the third day, we both knew we weren't alone in these woods. The feeling of being observed had become constant, a weight on our shoulders that made every moment outside the cabin an exercise in controlled terror. Even inside, we found ourselves speaking in whispers and avoiding the windows. The scraping returned that night, but this time it was bolder. Instead of staying at the forest's edge, it moved into our clearing, circling the cabin in slow, deliberate loops. Each scrape seemed to echo with malicious intent, as if whatever was making it wanted us to know it was there. "We need to leave," Beth said, her face pale in the lamplight. "We need to pack up and go right now." "We can't drive these roads in the dark," I replied, though every instinct screamed at me to run. "It's too dangerous. We'll wait until morning." But morning felt impossibly far away, and the scraping was getting closer. Through the grimy window, I caught my first glimpse of our stalker, a dark silhouette moving between the trees, too tall and angular to be natural. It walked upright but wrong, its gait jerky and uneven, as if it wasn't accustomed to human movement. "Oh God," Beth breathed, peering over my shoulder. "What is that thing?" I couldn't answer because I didn't know. The figure was humanoid but distorted, wearing what looked like layers of vegetation and debris that made its true shape impossible to discern. But it was clearly watching us, clearly intelligent, and clearly not friendly. The scraping stopped directly outside our front door. For several heart-stopping minutes, complete silence reigned. Then came a new sound, a slow, deliberate scratching at the door itself, as if something was testing its strength. We huddled in the cabin's back corner, as far from the door as possible, listening to the methodical scratching that continued for hours. Whatever was outside wasn't trying to break in quickly. It was testing every inch of our defenses, looking for weaknesses with the patience of a predator that knew its prey was trapped. "The car keys," I whispered, remembering they were on the hook by the front door. In my panic, I'd overlooked the most important detail. We couldn't escape without them. The scratching stopped. Silence stretched between us like a taut wire, every second an agony of anticipation. Then came the sound of footsteps on the porch, heavy, deliberate steps that circled the cabin's perimeter. Through the thin walls, we could hear it testing each window, each possible entry point. The sounds were methodical, intelligent, and utterly terrifying. This wasn't some wild animal acting on instinct. This was something that could think, plan, and wait. "The back window," Beth whispered, pointing to the small kitchen window that faced away from our stalker's current position. We could get out that way. But even as she said it, we heard the footsteps moving in that direction. Our watcher was thorough, missing nothing in its reconnaissance. We were truly trapped, sitting ducks waiting for our tormentor to decide the game was over. The scratching at the front door resumed, more aggressive now. The sound of splintering wood joined the cacophony, and we realized with growing horror that our barrier was failing. Whatever was outside had found tools, or claws, sharp enough to carve through solid oak. When the front door finally gave way with a tremendous crack, we were already moving. I'd spotted an old hunting rifle mounted above the fireplace and managed to get it down, though I had no idea if it was loaded or even functional. The weight of it in my hands was reassuring, but I knew it was probably our last line of defense against something I still couldn't fully comprehend. "The back window," I hissed, and Beth was already there, wrestling with the swollen frame. It opened with a shriek of protesting wood, just as we heard heavy footsteps entering the main room behind us. Beth went through first, and I followed, the rifle clutched awkwardly in my hands. We hit the ground running, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for stealth. Behind us, I could hear movement in the cabin, the sound of furniture being overturned and our belongings scattered. We ran blindly into the forest, guided only by adrenaline and desperation. The darkness was absolute beneath the canopy, and every step was a potential disaster. Branches whipped at our faces, roots caught our feet, and the uneven ground threatened to send us tumbling with every stride. But we didn't dare stop. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit were clear, heavy footsteps crashing through the undergrowth, gaining ground with terrifying speed. Our stalker was done with games. Now it was hunting in earnest. "The trail," Beth gasped, pointing ahead to where the hiking path was just visible as a slightly lighter ribbon through the darkness. The fire tower. I remembered seeing it on the park map, an old observation tower about 3 miles deeper into the forest. It was our only hope, the only high ground where we might find safety, or at least get cell phone reception to call for help. We hit the trail running, our feet pounding on the packed earth. The pursuit sounds faded slightly behind us, but I didn't dare hope we'd lost our hunter. This thing, whatever it was, knew these woods far better than we did. The tower appeared like salvation against the pre-dawn sky, a skeletal structure of rusted metal rising above the tree line. The fence around its base had long since collapsed, leaving us a clear path to the spiral staircase that wound upward into the darkness. We climbed without stopping, our legs burning and lungs screaming for air. The metal steps groaned under our weight, slick with dew and treacherous in the darkness. I didn't look down, couldn't afford to think about the growing distance between us and the ground. The observation cabin at the top was small but secure, with windows on all sides and only one way up. We collapsed inside, gasping and shaking, finally allowing ourselves to believe we might survive this nightmare. From our vantage point, we watched the sunrise paint the forest in shades of gold and green. With the light came sound. Real sound. Natural sound. Birds began their morning songs, insects hummed to life, and the forest awakened from whatever spell had held it in unnatural silence. "Look," Beth whispered, pointing down at the base of the tower. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, still as a statue. From this height I could see it more clearly. A person wrapped in vegetation and debris, camouflaged to blend perfectly with the forest floor. But it was definitely human, definitely real, and definitely watching us with an intelligence that made my skin crawl. We stayed in the tower until the sun was high overhead, taking turns keeping watch while the other rested. Eventually, the figure below simply melted back into the forest, disappearing as if it had never been there at all. The hike out was a nightmare of paranoia and exhaustion. Every shadow could hide our stalker. Every sound might herald another attack. But we made it to the main road, where a park ranger found us and gave us a ride back to civilization. We told him we'd been chased by someone, possibly a disturbed individual living rough in the woods. He listened with professional skepticism and promised to investigate, but I doubt he ever did. The forest keeps its secrets, and some truths are too strange for official reports. Months have passed now. Beth and I talk regularly again, bound together by shared terror and survival. She's creating art inspired by our experience, dark, twisted sculptures that capture the fear we felt in those woods. I've thrown myself into my work, finding comfort in the solid predictability of concrete and steel. But sometimes, in the quiet moments when the city grows still, I remember that absolute silence in the Ozarks. I think about the figure watching from the forest edge, and I wonder if it's still out there, waiting in the darkness between the trees. We survived, but we were changed. And deep down, I know that whatever hunts in those ancient woods is still there, patient as stone, waiting for the next visitors to discover that some places are meant to remain empty. The memories fade, but they never disappear completely. And sometimes, when I'm alone and the world grows too quiet, I can still feel those eyes watching from the darkness, reminding me that we escaped something far worse than we ever understood. When you live in the remote forests of the Pacific Northwest, Every creak of the wood and rustle of leaves has a story to tell. I should know. I've spent most of my life among these ancient trees, listening to their secrets and bearing witness to the mysteries they hold. My name is Hank Lawson, and for over 30 years I've called this forest my home. My cabin, a humble structure made of logs and memories, sits near a secluded river bend where the water flows slow and silent, like a secret whispered in the night. It's a simple life, one governed by the rhythms of nature and the changing of the seasons. Out here, the modern world feels like a distant dream, a fading echo drowned out by the song of the wind through the pines. I first came to these woods as a young man, eager to escape the noise and chaos of the city. I'd grown up in Seattle, a child of concrete and asphalt. But something in me had always yearned for the wild places, the untamed corners of the world where man's influence had yet to take hold. So, when an opportunity arose to work as a forest ranger in one of the most remote areas of the state, I leapt at the chance. Those early years were a revelation, a baptism into a world I'd only ever glimpsed from afar. I spent my days patrolling the vast expanses of the forest, learning the lay of the land and the ways of the creatures that called it home. At night, I would sit by the fire, listening to the old-timers spin yarns about the history of the region, tales of loggers and homesteaders, of fortunes made and lives lost in the green embrace of the woods. As time passed, I found myself growing more and more attached to this wild and unforgiving landscape. The solitude that had once seemed so daunting became a comfort, a balm to my restless spirit. I came to appreciate the subtle beauty of the forest, the way the light filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with gold, the soft sigh of the wind through the branches, the timeless majesty of the trees that had stood sentinel for centuries. When my time as a ranger came to an end, I knew I could never go back to the city, to the life I had left behind. The forest had claimed me, body and soul, and I had no desire to be anywhere else. And so, with little more than a few hand tools and a dream, I set about building my cabin in a quiet corner of the woods, a place where I could live out my days in harmony with the land. For years, life in the forest was everything I had hoped for. My days were filled with the simple tasks of survival, chopping wood, tending to my small garden, fishing in the clear waters of the river. In the evenings, I would sit on my porch, a cup of coffee in hand, and watch the sun paint the sky in shades of fire as it sank below the horizon. It was a peaceful existence, one that seemed almost untouched by the passage of time. But as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. And for me, that end began in the summer of 1980. When the shadows in the forest seemed to grow longer and the nights grew heavy with a sense of foreboding that I couldn't quite shake. It was an evening in late July, and the sun was setting later and later, casting long shadows that danced eerily through the woods. I was out chopping wood, a routine task that had become almost meditative over the years. There was something soothing about the rhythmic thwack of the axe against the log, the clean scent of pine, and the distant hoot of an owl as it called out to the gathering dusk. Rufus, my loyal German shepherd, lay nearby, his muzzle resting on his paws as he watched me work. He'd been my constant companion for nearly a decade, a sturdy and fearless presence at my side through all the challenges of forest life. But lately, I'd noticed a change in his demeanor, a restlessness that seemed out of character for the usually unflappable dog. As I split the last log and added it to the growing pile, I paused to wipe the sweat from my brow and take a swig of water from my canteen. That's when I noticed Rufus. He was standing at attention, his ears perked and his body rigid as he stared into the deepening shadows of the tree line. A low growl rumbled in his throat, a sound I'd never heard him make before. "What is it, boy?" I asked, setting down my axe and moving to stand beside him. "You see something out there?" But Rufus didn't respond, didn't even spare me a glance. His gaze remained fixed on the forest, his hackles raised and his teeth bared in a silent snarl. I followed his line of sight, squinting into the gathering darkness, but I could see nothing out of the ordinary, just the familiar tangle of trunks and undergrowth that had been my backdrop for so many years. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. There was a heaviness to the air, a sense of expectation that set my nerves on edge. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild, but the unease lingered, like a splinter buried deep beneath the skin. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences began to mount. It started with small things, easily dismissed. Branches snapping in the night, the prickling sensation of being watched as I went about my chores. But as the weeks wore on, the incidents grew more frequent and more unsettling. Rufus's behavior became increasingly erratic. He would pace the perimeter of the clearing, growling at the shadows and refusing to venture into the forest, even when I called him. It was as if he sensed something out there, some threat that my human senses couldn't perceive. Then came the night that changed everything, the night that shattered the peace of my forest idyll and set me on a path I never could have imagined. It was a moonless night, the kind of darkness that seems to swallow the world whole. I was sitting by the fire, nursing a mug of coffee, and trying to shake off the unease that had become my constant companion in recent weeks. Rufus lay at my feet, his eyes glinting in the flickering light of the flames. Suddenly, the stillness of the night was shattered by a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a scream, a high, piercing wail that seemed to go on forever, echoing through the trees like a banshee's cry. But it wasn't the scream of an animal, not the yowl of a coyote or the shriek of a mountain lion. No, this was a human scream, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror that chilled me to my very core. I was on my feet in an instant, my heart pounding in my chest. Rufus was up too, his ears flattened against his skull and his teeth bared in a snarl. I grabbed my shotgun from its place by the door and clicked on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. "Come on, boy," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We need to check this out." And with that, we set off into the night, the forest closing in around us like a living thing. Little did I know, as I took those first steps into the darkness, that I was embarking on a journey that would test the very limits of my sanity and force me to confront the darkest corners of the human soul. The scream had come from deep within the forest, near an old, abandoned mine shaft that had been a fixture of the landscape for as long as anyone could remember. The mine had been closed down decades ago, its entrance boarded up and its tunnels left to the mercy of time and the elements. But there were stories about the place, whispered tales of dark deeds and unspeakable horrors that had taken place in its depths. As a ranger, I had always dismissed such stories as mere folklore, the product of overactive imaginations and too many nights spent around the campfire. But now, as Rufus and I made our way through the darkness, the beam of my flashlight barely penetrating the gloom, I couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of dread, as if those old tales might hold more truth than I'd ever dared to believe. The forest was eerily quiet as we walked, the only sound the crunching of our footsteps on the leaf-strewn ground, and the occasional snap of a twig under Rufus's paws. The air was thick and heavy, laden with the scent of decay and something else, something that set my teeth on edge and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. As we drew closer to the mine, I began to notice signs of recent activity, broken branches, scuffed earth, and the unmistakable imprint of boot treads in the soft soil. It was clear that someone had been here, and recently. But who would venture so deep into the forest, so far from any trail or human habitation? The answer came as we rounded a bend in the path, and the entrance to the mine came into view. The boards that had once blocked the entrance had been torn away, splintered wood lying scattered on the ground, and there, in the gaping maw of the tunnel, a flicker of light, the warm glow of a campfire dancing on the rough-hewn walls. Rufus let out a low whine, his body pressed close to my leg as if seeking reassurance. I reached down and gave him a quick pat, my own heart hammering in my chest. Then, taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, my shotgun at the ready. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the oppressive silence. "Is anyone there?" For a moment there was no response, just the echo of my own words bouncing back at me from the depths of the mine. But then, as I took another step forward, I heard it. A soft rustling, the sound of movement from within the tunnel. I tightened my grip on the shotgun, my finger hovering over the trigger. "I'm armed," I said, my voice steady despite the fear that churned in my gut. "Come out slowly with your hands up," Silence. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. A man, his face obscured by a tangle of matted hair and a wild, unkempt beard. He was dressed in filthy, tattered clothing, his skin smeared with grime and what looked like dried blood. In his hand, he clutched a knife, the blade glinting dully in the light of my flashlight. "You don't belong here," he rasped, his voice like gravel. "The forest is mine. It speaks to me, tells me to keep it pure." I took a step back, my heart pounding. "Put down the knife," I said, fighting to keep my voice calm. "We can talk about this. I'm here to help." But the man just shook his head, a feverish light in his eyes. "No one can help me," he said. "The forest demands a sacrifice. It must be fed." And with that, he lunged forward, the knife slashing through the air. I stumbled back, my finger tightening on the trigger. But before I could fire, Rufus leapt into action. With a snarl, he launched himself at the man, his teeth sinking into the flesh of his arm. The man howled in pain, the knife clattering to the ground as he struggled to free himself from Rufus's grip. I used the distraction to my advantage, closing the distance between us and bringing the butt of my shotgun down on the man's head with a sickening crack. He crumpled to the ground, blood trickling from a gash on his temple. Rufus stood over him, hackles raised, until I called him off. With shaking hands, I checked the man's pulse, relief washing over me as I felt the steady thrum beneath my fingers. It was only then, as the adrenaline began to fade, that I noticed the campsite, tucked away in a corner of the mine shaft. There was a small fire burning, its flickering light illuminating a scattering of personal effects. A backpack, a sleeping bag, a few cans of food. And there, huddled against the far wall, a figure, small and still. My heart in my throat, I approached, the beam of my flashlight falling on a young woman, her eyes wide and filled with terror. She was filthy, her clothes torn and her skin marred with bruises and cuts. But she was alive, and as I knelt beside her, she reached out and clutched at my arm with a desperate strength. "Please," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "Help me." The next few hours passed in a blur of activity. I managed to get the young woman, who introduced herself as Emily, back to my cabin, where I tended to her wounds and made her as comfortable as I could. She was in rough shape, dehydrated and malnourished, her body bearing the marks of her ordeal. But she was alive, and for that I was grateful. As for the man from the mine, I had bound his hands and feet and left him under Rufus's watchful eye, while I hiked out to the nearest ranger station to report what had happened. It was a long, arduous trek, made all the more difficult by the weight of the last few hours pressing down on me. By the time I reached the station, I was exhausted, my mind reeling with questions and doubts. The rangers listened to my story with a mixture of shock and disbelief, their faces growing grimmer as I recounted the details of the man's attack and Emily's rescue. They assured me that they would handle the situation from here, that I had done the right thing by coming to them. But as I made my way back to the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that the dark secrets of the forest were just starting to unravel. Over the next few days, as Emily began to regain her strength, she told me her story. She had been hiking alone, she said, a solo trek through the wilderness to clear her head and find some peace after a difficult year. She had been setting up camp when the man had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, his eyes wild and his knife glinting in the fading light. He had taken her by surprise, overpowering her easily and dragging her deep into the forest, to the abandoned mine where he had made his lair. There, he had kept her prisoner, ranting about the voices in his head and the sacrifices demanded by the forest. As I listened to her story, a chill ran down my spine. I had heard tales of the old mine, of course, whispered legends of dark rituals and unspeakable acts carried out in its depths, but I had always dismissed them as mere stories, the product of overactive imaginations and too much time spent in the isolation of the woods. Now, though, I couldn't help but wonder if there might be some truth to those old tales. The man's ravings about the forest, his talk of sacrifices and dark demands. It all seemed to point to something deeper, something that went beyond the actions of a lone, disturbed individual. I shared my concerns with Emily, and to my surprise, she nodded in agreement. She had heard the man's rantings, she said, had listened to his feverish mutterings as he paced the confines of the mine, and she had come to believe that there was something out there, something ancient and malevolent that called to him, that drove him to commit the unspeakable acts. Together we pored over the man's belongings, the few, meager possessions he had left behind in the mine. Among them, we found a battered journal, its pages filled with cramped, frenzied writing that spoke of dark visions and whispered commands from the depths of the forest. As we read through the journal, a picture began to emerge of a man slowly losing his grip on reality, consumed by a belief in a dark power lurking in the heart of the woods. He wrote of a presence that watched him from the shadows, a force that demanded blood and sacrifice in exchange for its favor. The more we read, the more convinced I became that there was something truly evil at work in the forest, something that went beyond the ravings of a madman. And I knew that I couldn't rest until I had uncovered the truth, no matter where it might lead me. In the days that followed, I threw myself into the investigation, determined to unravel the mystery of the dark presence in the woods. I spent long hours combing through old records and newspaper archives, searching for any mention of strange occurrences or unsolved disappearances in the area. What I found was a chilling tapestry of darkness stretching back decades, a history of vanishings and unexplained events that had been all but forgotten by the outside world. There were stories of hikers who had ventured into the woods and never returned, of strange lights and eerie sounds emanating from the depths of the forest. And always, at the center of it all, the abandoned mine, like a dark heart pulsing with malevolent energy. The more I dug, the more convinced I became that the mine was the key to the mystery, that whatever evil lurked in the forest had its roots in that ancient, forsaken place. Emily, too, was haunted by the unanswered questions, the lingering shadows of her ordeal. She had returned to the city to try to pick up the pieces of her life, but I could see in her eyes that she would never be truly free of the forest's grip. Not until the truth was, as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, I knew that I had to confront the darkness head-on. I couldn't let the evil that lurked in the forest continue to claim innocent lives, to spread its malevolent influence unchecked. I gathered my courage and my gear and set out for the mine, determined to put an end to the nightmare once and for all. Rufus, ever loyal, walked by my side, his presence a comforting reminder that I wasn't alone in this fight. The journey through the woods was a test of nerves, every shadow and rustling leaf a potential threat. But I pressed on, driven by a grim determination to see this through to the end. When I reached the mine, I found it much as I had left it, the entrance gaping like a wound in the earth. But there was a palpable sense of malice emanating from its depths, a cold, creeping dread that seemed to seep into my very bones. I descended into the darkness, my flashlight casting eerie shadows on the rough-hewn walls. The air grew thick and heavy, the stench of decay and something else, something ancient and foul, filling my nostrils. As I made my way deeper into the mine, I began to hear whispers, faint at first, then growing louder, more insistent. They seemed to come from every direction at once, a cacophony of hissing voices that clawed at the edges of my sanity. "Leave this place," they whispered. "You do not belong here." But I pressed on, gritting my teeth against the rising tide of fear. I knew that I was close to the source of the evil, that the heart of the darkness lay just ahead. And then I saw it, a pulsing mass of shadow and malice, a swirling vortex of pure, unbridled evil. It seemed to fill the entire chamber, a living, breathing thing that radiated a cold, hungry intelligence. I raised my weapon, my hands shaking as I took aim at the heart of the darkness. But before I could pull the trigger, a figure emerged from the shadows. The man from the mine, his eyes blazing with a feverish light. "You cannot destroy it," he hissed. "It is eternal, undying. It will consume you, as it has consumed me." But I wasn't listening. With a roar of defiance, I opened fire, emptying my gun into the writhing mass of shadows. Rufus lunged forward, his teeth bared in a snarl as he tore at the inky tendrils that lashed out at us. For a moment it seemed as if the darkness would overwhelm us, that we would be swallowed whole by the malevolent force that had haunted the forest for so long. But then, with a final, ear-splitting shriek, the entity began to dissipate, shredding apart like mist in the sunlight. As the last wisps of shadow faded away, I sank to my knees, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Rufus limped over to me, his muzzle flecked with black ichor, and I buried my face in his fur, tears of relief and exhaustion streaming down my face. It was over. The evil that had plagued the forest was gone, banished back to the dark corners of the world from whence it came. But as I made my way out of the mine, supporting the broken, sobbing form of the man who had been its thrall, I knew that the scars it had left behind would linger for a long time to come. Years have passed since that fateful day in the mine, but the memories of what I faced there have never faded. I still wake in the night sometimes, my heart pounding and my skin slick with sweat, the echoes of those whispering voices ringing in my ears. But I take comfort in the knowledge that the forest is free now, that the evil that once lurked in its depths has been banished forever. Emily and I keep in touch, bound by the shared trauma of our experience, and I know that she too has found a measure of peace in the years since. As for me, I still live in my cabin by the river, watching the seasons change, and the forest grow and thrive around me. Rufus is gone now, his time on this earth spent, but his memory lives on in the quiet moments, in the rustling of the leaves and the murmur of the water over the rocks. And sometimes, when the sun is setting and the shadows are long, I fancy that I can hear his bark echoing through the trees, a reminder of the bond we shared and the battles we fought together. For in the end, that is the true legacy of the forest, not the darkness and the fear, but the strength and the resilience of the human spirit, the unbreakable ties that bind us to one another and to the wild, untamed places of the world. And as long as those bonds endure, as long as there are those who are willing to stand against the darkness, no evil can ever truly prevail. My name is Jacob Hernandez, and I'm a 35-year-old ex-park ranger haunted by memories that gnaw at my sanity like a festering wound. The events I'm about to recount took place in the once tranquil wilderness of the Adirondack Park back in August of 2000. But even now, 2 decades later, they remain seared into my mind with a vividness that still jolts me awake in a cold sweat most nights. Working as a ranger in those tangled green mountains had been my life's passion, the fulfillment of a boyhood dream to spend my days amidst nature's untamed splendor. I had fallen in love with the place, the mirror-still lakes reflecting the vast dome of sky, the ancient forests with their cathedral hush, even the occasional close encounter with the majestic wildlife. Sure, the job had its challenges, a marauding bear here, a lost hiker there, but nothing that the academy training and a cool head couldn't handle. Or so I had thought, with the naive confidence of a man who had not yet come face to face with the stuff of nightmares. It began, as most horror stories do, on a deceptively ordinary day, with no portent of the impending descent into a hell I could never have imagined. The radio crackled with a routine call. A family of 5, the Wallaces, had failed to check out of their backcountry cabin rental on schedule. Missing hikers were a common enough occurrence, and 9 times out of 10, it was simply a case of poor time management or a sprained ankle. My partner Ben and I set out to sweep their route, a gentle loop trail circumnavigating one of the park's more scenic lakes. We expected to find the Wallaces tired but sheepish, apologetic for the inconvenience. What awaited us at the trailhead, however, was the first chilling hint that something was amiss. The family's minivan sat forlornly in the gravel lot, conspicuously out of place amidst the towering pines. In the back, their golden retriever whined and pawed at the window, its distress an eerie echo of the unease already prickling up my own spine. Ben and I exchanged a look, some unspoken understanding passing between us. We'd been partners for years, an easy camaraderie born of shared experiences and the peculiar bond of those tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between human recreation and the unforgiving wilderness. In that moment, I saw my own apprehension reflected back in the tightening of Ben's jaw, the slight hesitation before he unclipped his radio to call in the vehicle discovery. We fanned out to canvass the area, eyes scanning the dense undergrowth for any sign of the Wallaces. It was oppressively still under the forest canopy, even the ever-present birdsong oddly absent, as if the creatures of the woods sensed an unwelcome presence and had fallen warily silent. I pushed through a tangle of branches, boots sinking into the loamy earth, and then froze, heart leaping into my throat. There, half concealed beneath a drift of leaves, was a small, huddled form. For a moment I couldn't process what I was seeing, my mind refusing to acknowledge the tableau of horror. But as I dropped to my knees and reached out with trembling hands, the reality hit me like a punch to the gut. It was the youngest of the Wallace children, a girl no more than 7 or 8. Her face was ghost pale, tears cutting tracks through the grime on her cheeks. She clutched a stuffed rabbit, the toy's cheerful patterned fabric grotesquely at odds with the child's glassy, terrorized stare. I called out for Ben, my voice cracking with a mixture of relief at finding her alive and dread at the implications of her solitary state. Ben crashed through the brush, pulling up short when he saw us. His eyes met mine over the girl's head, and I saw the same sickening realization dawn. "Hey there, sweetheart," I said softly, trying to keep my tone soothing despite the hammering of my pulse. "We're park rangers. We're here to help. Can you tell us what happened? Where's the rest of your family?" At first there was nothing, just that blank, uncomprehending stare and the convulsive tightening of small fingers on the stuffed toy. Then, like a dam bursting, the words came pouring out, tumbling over each other in a hyperventilating rush. The monster took them. In the trees, in the dark, it came and took them. Her voice dissolved into hiccuping sobs, thin shoulders heaving. Ben and I exchanged another loaded glance, a silent communication honed by years in the field together. Gently, I coaxed more details from her, piecing together a fragmented story of a family hike turned nightmare. They'd been walking the trail, she said, just a short loop before heading back to the cabin for lunch. Her brothers had been arguing over who got to throw the ball for the dog, their voices carrying through the crisp air. Her parents were walking ahead, hand in hand, talking softly and laughing. A normal scene, one that played out daily across the park's miles of interlocking trails. And then, in an instant, it had all shattered. A crashing noise in the underbrush, guttural and loud. A shadow detaching itself from the tree line. Something huge and furred. Her mother's scream, abruptly cut off. The sounds of a struggle, the thud of bodies, and then a terrible reverberating silence broken only by the child's own ragged breathing as she huddled, paralyzed, under the sheltering arms of a fallen log. "It took them," she whispered again, a haunted refrain. "The monster in the woods. It took them." Ben was already radioing for backup, his tone clipped and urgent. I cradled the shivering girl against my chest, murmuring reassurances I didn't believe myself. Because even then, in the first shocked moments, some instinctive part of me knew this was no ordinary animal attack. The forest around us felt altered, sinister, like we were suddenly trespassers in our own territory. The size of the creature she described, the way it had snatched 4 adults away in mere moments. It defied any rational explanation. We waited there in the ominous hush of the woods, the girls hitching breaths and the static crackle of the radio the only sounds. I strained my ears for the approach of help, of reinforcements to help make sense of the incomprehensible. But as the minutes dragged on with no sign of our backup, a dark understanding began to coalesce at the edges of my thoughts. We were on our own out here, in the heart of a vast wilderness that had always held its secrets close. And now, one of those secrets had awoken hungry. When the search team finally arrived, it was anticlimactic. A dozen grim-faced rangers and volunteers fanned out in a grid pattern, meticulously combing the dense underbrush for any sign of the missing Wallaces. But as the hours dragged on and the light began to slant golden through the trees, an uneasy consensus solidified. There was no trace of the family, not a shred of torn clothing snagged on a branch or a single drop of blood to guide the way. It was as if they had been plucked cleanly from the face of the earth, leaving only their abandoned vehicle and their traumatized daughter as evidence they had ever existed at all. By the time we regrouped at the trailhead, defeated and bone-weary, the official narrative had already begun to take shape. A rogue bear, the higher-ups declared, a tragic but explainable event. The lack of evidence could be attributed to the dense foliage and the rugged terrain. The creature the girl described had been the product of a terrified imagination, her young mind reeling in the aftermath of an unspeakable loss. But even as the tidy statements were released to the press and the incident officially filed away, I knew the truth would not be so easily buried. The utter absence of any physical sign, the uncanny speed and stealth of the abduction, and above all, the stark, instinctual terror in that little girl's eyes when she spoke of the monster. It pointed to something far more sinister at work. And though I couldn't yet put a name to the creeping dread that had lodged itself beneath my breastbone, I knew with grim certainty that this was only the beginning. The Wallace family had not been the first to vanish into the hungry maw of the forest, and they would not be the last. Something ancient and unspeakably evil had awoken in those shadowed glens, and heaven help any poor soul unlucky enough to cross its path. In the days following the disappearance of the Wallace family, a pall settled over the ranger's station. We went through the motions of our duties, maintaining trails, assisting hikers, tagging the occasional nuisance bear for relocation. But there was an unspoken tension thrumming beneath the surface. The easy banter that had always filled the air during morning briefings and evening paperwork sessions had been replaced by a grim, watchful silence, punctuated only by the rustling of maps and the hiss of the ancient coffee maker in the corner. Ben and I were the worst off of the lot. As the first on the scene, the ones to find little Sadie Wallace shivering and alone, it was as if we'd been tainted by proximity to the inexplicable. Our colleagues averted their eyes when we passed in the halls, conversations stuttering to an awkward halt when we entered a room. Even the most seasoned rangers, men and women who'd spent decades patrolling the rugged backcountry, seemed to regard us with a mixture of pity and wary unease. As if by bearing witness to the impossible, we'd been somehow fundamentally altered, no longer quite fit for the realm of the rational and the mundane. For my part, I wore my newfound pariah status like a shroud, a grim reminder of the gnawing certainty that had taken root in my gut. I knew, with a bone-deep conviction, that whatever had torn the Wallace family from the trail that day had been no simple wild animal. There was a malevolent intelligence in its methods, a calculating cruelty far removed from the base instincts of any natural predator. And though I had no proof beyond a traumatized child's broken recollections and my own clawing intuition, I knew with grim certainty that the creature would strike again. It was only a matter of time. I threw myself into my work with a desperate, manic energy. If my colleagues sought to avoid me, I made it all the easier for them, volunteering for the longest patrols, the most remote trail maintenance, any assignment that would keep me out in the forest for days at a time. If I was being honest with myself, a part of me burned for a confrontation, ached to come face to face with the nightmare made flesh. As if by meeting it head-on I could somehow excise the dread that had coiled itself around my heart, the insidious whisper in the back of my skull that murmured of dark and ancient things that had no place in the waking world. It was on one of those long, lonely treks that I began to see the signs. The first was subtle, easily dismissed by a less superstitious mind. A tree not far from the Wallaces' abandoned campsite, its trunk gouged with a set of deep, parallel furrows that could only have been made by claws of a startling size. I traced the ragged grooves with a fingertip, my breath catching in my throat as I tried to picture the sheer strength and ferocity it would take to carve such marks in the tough, weathered bark. As I pressed deeper into the wilderness, fully diverged now from the neatly maintained trails with their cheerful signage and tidy gravel paths, the markers grew both more frequent and more unsettling. Here, a scattering of broken branches, hanging at odd angles as if snapped by the passage of an immense bulk. There, a torn snatch of fabric caught on a thorn bush, the lurid orange of a standard-issue search and rescue jacket. And everywhere, interwoven with the rich, loamy scent of leaf mulch and wildflowers, a strange, musky odor, unlike anything I'd ever encountered in all my years of roaming the backcountry. It was a heavy, rank smell, shot through with an unmistakable note of carrion. The reek of a predator's den, a charnel house of decaying flesh and clotted gore. As the shadows lengthened and the light filtering through the overarching canopy of leaves took on a sepulchral blue tinge, I knew with grim certainty that I was on the right track. Or perhaps more accurately, that I had finally been deemed worthy prey, the stalker turned stalked in a lethal game of cat and mouse. My grip tightened on my rifle, the worn stock slick with sweat where my palms pressed against the wood. Every fiber of my being screamed to turn back, to flee this oppressive, watching silence, and return to the safe confines of civilization. But I had come too far now, seen too much to ever know true peace again. Whatever awaited me in the gathering dark, I would meet it head on, and damn the consequences. Night fell with a swiftness that felt almost imperative, as if the forest itself was abetting the creature in its hunt. The narrow corridor of sky visible through the lacing of branches overhead faded from indigo to a starless black, leaving only the feeble beam of my flashlight to illuminate the close-pressing trunks and grasping undergrowth. Every rustling leaf, every crack of a twig underfoot sent jolts of adrenaline surging through my veins. I imagined I could feel the weight of the thing's gaze boring into my back, the prickle of its hot, hungry breath stirring the hairs on my nape. When the attack came, it was almost a relief. A breaking of the unbearable tension that had stretched my nerves to the snapping point. One moment I was picking my way down a half-overgrown game trail, my whole being coiled tight with strain and dread anticipation. The next, an immense dark shape exploded from the brush to my left, a blur of matted fur and yellowed fangs that resolved itself into a nightmarish silhouette as it reared up on its hind legs, towering over me like a monolith of pure, voracious hunger. Time seemed to slow, the rapid thudding of my heartbeat drowning out all other sound as I frantically fumbled my rifle to my shoulder. Some distant, clinical part of my brain, the part not gibbering in blank animal terror, noted the impossible details, the sheer mass of the thing, easily twice the bulk of the largest grizzly, the disturbingly almost human cant of its stance, the glint of saurian intelligence burning in its eyes. It lunged for me in awful silence, no roar or snarl to herald its charge. Just the rush of displaced air and the creak of tendons as it brought one massive, taloned paw slashing down towards my face. I fired on pure instinct, the shot cracking out with an ear-shattering report that seemed to hang in the air long after the echoes faded. The creature staggered, black ichor spraying from a wound in its chest, but it didn't fall. Instead, it swatted the rifle from my hands with a contemptuous flick of its wrist, sending the weapon pinwheeling off into the darkness. I had a dazed instant to register the splintering crunch as the stock shattered against a trunk somewhere in the gloom, and then the thing was on me, its bulk bearing me to the ground in a crush of dead leaves and snapping vegetation. I fought with the desperate strength of a damned soul, flailing and bucking, my fists connecting with a dense layer of matted fur and ropey muscle that felt more like punching a sheer rock face. Hot, fetid breath gusted against my face as the creature's jaws gaped wide, strings of reeking saliva dripping onto my cheeks and neck. I had a brief, vertiginous glimpse straight down the black gullet of its throat, and then pain exploded through my body as its teeth closed on my shoulder, slowly worrying the flesh like a dog with a bone. I must have screamed then, a high animal shriek of agony, but I couldn't hear it over the roaring static that had swallowed my senses. Dimly, through the red fog hazing my vision, I was aware of reaching for my belt, numb fingers scrabbling at the hard plastic sheath of my hunting knife. The creature shook me like a rag doll, its growl a low, leisurely rumble as it savored my futile struggles. My groping hand closed around the knife's hilt, and with a final desperate surge of effort, I ripped the blade free and plunged it hilt deep into the corded bulk of the thing's neck. The effect was instantaneous. The creature released its grip on my ravaged shoulder, rearing back with a basso howl of rage and pain. I felt the knife wrench free of my grasp, still lodged in the thing's flesh as it staggered upright, black blood sheeting from the wound. For an eternal, horrifying second, I was certain it would lunge for me again, finish the job of tearing me to bloody twit. Staggering to my feet, I clutched at my mangled shoulder, hot blood seeping between my fingers as I backed away from the wounded monstrosity before me. The creature hunched forward, one gnarled paw scrabbling at the knife embedded in its neck. a guttural snarl bubbling from its throat. But even in its pain-racked throes, I could detect a malevolent calculation in the way it tracked my movements, those soulless yellow eyes boring into mine with an almost contemptuous hunger. It knew, as I did, that my desperate blow had only bought me a brief reprieve. In my weakened, wounded state, I stood no chance against the relentless predator should it choose to continue its pursuit. Breath coming in ragged gasps, I cast about wildly for a means of escape, some miraculous path to salvation amidst the close-pressing trees and tangled undergrowth. My rifle was lost, claimed by the forest, and even if I had it, I harbored no illusions that mere bullets would halt the creature's relentless advance. Any second, I expected to feel the devastating swipe of those scythe-like claws across my back, to hear the crunch of fangs piercing my spine in a welter of gore. But as the thudding of my heart marked out the passing seconds and the fatal blow never came, a dull flicker of realization pierced the fog of my pain-addled mind. The creature hadn't moved. It remained crouched in a pool of its own foul ichor, muscles bunched and quivering, but held in check by some invisible tether. As I watched, hardly daring to breathe, it raised its head and loosed a deafening howl into the night sky, the sound reverberating through the forest like the tolling of a funeral bell. And in that moment, as that otherworldly keening set my teeth on edge and raised the hairs on my arms, I understood. The thing wasn't merely wounded, it was calling for backup. Heedless now of the stabbing agony radiating from my savage shoulder, I fled, crashing through the clawing branches and snagging vines in a blind, stumbling rush. Behind me, the creature's howls rose in pitch and fervor, a chilling descant that seemed to come from all around, as if the very trees themselves had joined its chorus. Under the music of my ragged breathing and the thrashing of my passage, I fancied I could hear other sounds. The drum of heavy pawfalls, the eager huffing of pursuit. The forest blurred around me, my world narrowing to a smear of shadow and twisted trunks, the fickle beam of my flashlight swinging wildly as I ran. Time lost all meaning in that headlong flight, minutes stretching into an eternity of gasping breaths and burning muscles. The roar of my pulse in my ears nearly drowned out the unnatural silence that had swallowed the wood. The conspicuous absence of night birds and insects, as if every living creature had fled before the onslaught of the unnatural. Just as my strength began to falter, my knees threatening to buckle beneath me from sheer exhaustion and loss of blood, the trees abruptly opened up ahead, the anemic light of a waning moon spilling into the clearing to illuminate the silhouette of a small, ramshackle structure, the ranger outpost. In my panic, operating on pure animal instinct, my battered body had delivered me to the closest thing these woods could offer to sanctuary. Nearly weeping with relief, I half ran, half fell through the sagging doorway, barring the weathered timber behind me with trembling arms that barely seemed able to lift their own weight. Wedging a rickety chair beneath the knob for good measure, I sank to the dusty floorboards, breath coming in great, shuddering gulps. Ensconced in the comparative safety of those four walls, no matter how meager their protection, the full weight of the horror I'd just witnessed came crashing over me in a nauseating wave. The creature, that lumbering nightmare of fangs and matted fur, had been no accident of nature. No quirk of genetics or spontaneous mutation could account for the malign, calculating intelligence that had blazed in those hellish yellow eyes. No earthly beast could have shrugged off a rifle shot and a 10-inch blade buried to the hilt like mere annoyances. No. The thing that had stalked me through the shadowed glens, that even now prowled the night-shrouded forest beyond these walls, was a wholly unnatural entity. An abomination that walked in blasphemous defiance of every natural law. With shaking hands, I peeled aside the shredded remnants of my shirt to examine the ruin of my shoulder. The wounds were deep and ragged, puckered flesh gleaming obscenely in the guttering flare of the backup generator's emergency lights. Already, I could feel the insidious burn of infection setting in, the skin around the gouges flushed an angry, unhealthy red. I needed medical attention, and I needed it soon. But even if I could reach the radio, even if I could summon help to this remote outpost, I knew with grim certainty that no rescue would be forthcoming before dawn. The creature and its foul get had the run of the forest now, and heaven help any poor soul foolhardy enough to come between them and their chosen quarry. Grimacing, I hauled myself to my feet and staggered over to the dented supply locker in the corner. It was sparsely stocked, just a few desiccated ration bars and some basic first aid supplies, but I seized upon the meager offerings like a starving man at a feast. Smearing antiseptic cream over my oozing wounds with a hiss of pain, I bound the injury as tightly as I could with a roll of sterile gauze. It wasn't much, but it would have to suffice. If I lived to see the morning, I'd count myself lucky. At this point, infection was the least of my worries. Rummaging through the rest of the locker's contents, I struck pay dirt in the form of a battered old shotgun and a handful of shells. The weapon was in a sorry state, its barrel pitted with rust and the stock worn smooth by generations of hard use. But it was a lifeline, a last desperate fingerhold on survival. I fed the shells into the breech with a satisfying series of clicks, the heft of the gun in my hands lending a small measure of comfort despite the direness of my circumstances. Outside, the wind had picked up, setting the aging timber of the shack groaning and swaying on its foundations. But beneath the mournful whistle of the gusts, I thought I could detect another sound, low and grating, a wild, gibbering muttering that rose and fell in eerie counterpoint, sometimes almost resolving into what sounded like guttural syllables or percussive grunts. The vocalizations of the pack as they closed in, tightening the noose with patient, implacable purpose. They knew I was here, knew I was wounded and trapped, a rat cowering in its flimsy bolt hole. It was only a matter of time before the hunter became the hunted once more. Grimly, I checked the load on the shotgun, the solidity of the weapon an anchor against the black tide of fear threatening to pull me under. The long dark hours until sunrise stretched before me like an impassable abyss, a merciless gauntlet of dread and paranoia. Every dancing shadow thrown by the feeble generator lights morphed into a hulking silhouette. Every errant creak of the roof beams the prowling tread of a predator. I dozed fitfully, propped against the far wall with the shotgun cradled in my lap. My laboring heart, brittle sanity, and that ancient rusting firearm, the only fragile bulwark between me and the unhinged nightmares that slavered for my blood just beyond the warped timber walls. I caught my first glimpse of the rising sun through a knothole in the weathered planking, its watery light staining the floorboards a weak, washed-out gray. My first instinct was disbelief, a knee-jerk rejection that I'd made it through that eternal night with my life and faculties intact. The hours leading up to that anemic dawn were little more than a strobe-lit fever dream in my memory, a broken montage of pain and creeping horrors barely held at bay by the dying sputter of the generator and the cold comfort of a loaded gun. Wincing, I levered myself to my feet, my abused muscles screaming in protest after a night spent huddled on the unyielding boards. My shoulder throbbed mercilessly beneath its swaddling of gauze, the flesh hot and swollen, even through the numbing fog of adrenaline and endorphins. Infection had well and truly set in, my body succumbing to the onslaught of whatever foul bacteria had lurked in the creature's maw. If I didn't get real medical attention soon, and a boatload of antibiotics, I'd be facing down more than just external monsters. But remarkably, blessedly, I had survived the night. The gibbering and rustling outside the shack had gradually tapered off with the first signs of approaching light, the unnatural muttering replaced by the hesitant chirping of waking birds. The thing, whatever the hell it was, seemed disinclined to hunt by day. I wasn't naive enough to think it had given up, slunk off to whatever primordial den had disgorged it. But the rising sun had granted me a precious reprieve, a window of opportunity to limp my way back to the false security of civilization. I unbarred the door with slow, pained movements, the shotgun still clutched white-knuckled in one hand. The morning air was crisp and redolent with the loamy scent of pine and thick carpets of sodden leaves. To my bruised and grateful eyes, the forest looked almost ordinary in the light of day, dappled in gold and shadow, rife with the flitting of small songbirds. No sign remained of the lurking horrors that had haunted the night, the abomination that had nearly torn me limb from limb. But if my hellish encounter had left no mark on this primeval landscape, the same could not be said for my battered psyche. I found I couldn't set foot on the narrow, twisting path that led back to the main ranger station without a shudder of dread, my breath coming harsh and labored in my chest. Every snapping twig and swaying branch was imbued with malign potential, dark promises of pain and blood. The once comforting cathedral hush of the deep woods now felt pregnant with dread, watchful and ominous. In the end, it was only through sheer force of will that I placed one foot in front of the other, retracing my frantic flight in a daze of pain and exhaustion. My mind skittered and shied from the grim reckoning that awaited me back at headquarters. How could I even begin to explain what had transpired out here, to put into words the indescribable violation of the natural order I'd witnessed? They'd write me off as a madman, a shattered husk pushed beyond the breaking point by some nameless trauma. At best, my report would be dismissed as the ravings of a man unhinged by his ordeal. At worst, it'd spell the end of my career, perhaps even my freedom. But what other choice did I have? To remain silent, to bury the unspeakable truth like some shameful secret, to let the family and friends of the Wallace clan go on believing their loved ones had fallen victim to a freak animal attack? No, I owed them that cold comfort of the truth, no matter how unpalatable. I owed it to little Sadie Wallace, to the memory of her broken sobs and the paralyzing terror that had haunted her eyes. Most of all, I owed it to myself, to the tattered remnants of my integrity and the ideals that had first driven me to this unforgiving calling. I couldn't run from this, couldn't hide from the evil that lurked in the shadowed fringes of the map. Someone had to take a stand, to bear witness to the horrors that went bump in the primeval night. And if not me, then who? By the time I stumbled into the ranger station, one arm hanging limp and useless at my side, I was running on little more than fumes and raw adrenaline. A small part of me was darkly amused by the looks of poleaxe shock on my colleagues' faces as they took in my haggard, blood-soaked form. No doubt I looked like I'd gone a few rounds with a wood chipper and come out the worse for wear. Ben was the first to unfreeze from his stunned paralysis, hurrying forward to catch me as I swayed on my feet. "Jesus, Jake, what happened? We've been trying to raise you on the radio all night," I barked a laugh, the sound cracked and hollow in my throat. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." And I was right. They didn't believe, not at first. Not even Ben, who'd seen the impossible emptiness left by the Wallace family's abduction, who'd been there to witness the unnatural dread that permeated these woods. I laid it all out in the clipped, precise language of an incident report. The strange spoor that had first caught my attention, the signs of an apex predator marking its territory, the hulking monstrosity that had nearly claimed my life. I offered up the ragged punctures in my own flesh as evidence, held up the spent shotgun shells and crusted residue of the thing's foul ichor. But I could see it in their eyes, the wary skepticism and sidelong glances that said I'd taken a running leap off the edge of reason. An animal attack, yes, maybe even one of startling viciousness, but a demonic entity straight out of a campfire tale, an evolutionary impossibility that moved with cunning intelligence and insatiable hunger. That was beyond the pale, a bridge too far for these staunch pragmatists of the wilderness. Better to write me off as a casualty of trauma, a pitiable wreck pushing fairy tales to avoid confronting the stark reality of his own failure. In the end, I gave my statement to a stone-faced cadre of park officials and local law enforcement, spoke the words I knew would doom any shred of standing or credibility I had left. Then I walked out, my resignation left unsigned on the superintendent's desk. There would be no formal inquest, no queries or commendations. Any official mention of my involvement would be quietly purged from the record, swept under the rug like so much inconvenient dirt. The last known person to set foot in the Voorhees Ravine would remain a mystery, an unsolved footnote in the park's history. As for me, I'd fade into obscurity, one more broken soldier in the unending secret war between man and the primal unknown. In the weeks and months that followed, I drifted, a listless ghost cut adrift from all purpose or direction. The wounds healed to knotted scar tissue, but the deeper lacerations, the ones carved into my psyche, remained raw and weeping. Sleep became an elusive specter, my nights haunted by the guttural echoes of inhuman voices, the phantom burn of fetid breath on my face. I took to drink in a futile attempt to drown out the gibbering in my head, to sand the edges off the memories that rose with each descending sun. But no amount of cheap whiskey could scour away the knowledge of the depthless evil that lurked just beyond the firelight. The horrors that stalked the wild places with a hunger that could never be sated. The years ground on in a haze of barstool exile and flophouse squalor. I made my way to the city, figuring the cold comfort of concrete and teeming humanity might keep the nightmares at bay. But the abominations born of that distant ravine had followed me out of the primeval forest, indelible as a brand upon my mind. Every darkened alleyway concealed a waiting predator, every nighttime shadow imbued with the promise of blood and rending teeth. I took to carrying an iron poker for protection, even though I knew how useless such a paltry weapon would be. Some demons can't be outrun, no matter how far or fast you flee. Their teeth are planted in your marrow, their claws forever sunk into the meat of your brain. So here I remain, propping up the end of the bar in this dingy watering hole, spinning tales to any sad sack sober enough to listen. The ravings of a madman, they say, when they think I'm too drunk to hear. Old Jake and his monster stories, his conspiracy theories and dire warnings. I've become a living shrine to a secret truth none dare acknowledge, a walking memento mori in this age of progress and rationality. But I know there are others out there, lonely voices crying in the wilderness, those marked by encounters with the things that should not be, cursed with the knowledge of terrors older than humanity itself. We are scattered and battered, soldiers in a war we never enlisted to fight. But fight we must, even if our only weapon is the conviction of our testimony, the courage to stand as witnesses against the encroaching darkness. Because I have seen the face of the beast that stalks the shadowed edges of our world. I have felt its cruel hunger and malign intelligence, known the white-hot breath of its because I have seen the face of the beast that stalks the shadowed edges of our world. I have felt its cruel hunger and malign intelligence, known the white-hot breath of its fury on my skin. And I know, with a bone-deep certainty, that the abomination that nearly claimed my life in the depths of the Adirondack wilderness was no mere accident of nature. It was a harbinger, a warning of horrors yet to come. For there are older and fouler things than man lurking in the forgotten corners of our world, primordial malevolences that view our dominion as little more than a momentary irritation. They have slumbered in their hidden places, patiently waiting as millennia ticked by and civilizations rose and fell like so much flotsam on the tides of history. But they are stirring now, shaking off the dust of aeons as our species crowds ever further into the wild and forsaken places. And when they rise, ravenous and pitiless and swollen with the rancid remains of our despoiled planet, all our vaunted science and technology will be as leaves before a hurricane. The frail web of logic and reason we've spun for ourselves will melt like dew beneath the bloated crimson harvest moon, and the true inheritors of the earth will once more hold sway in a kingdom of blood and madness. The old drunk at the end of the bar raises his glass in sardonic salute and downs the dregs in a single convulsive gulp. Believe or disbelieve as you see fit. Take the ramblings of a shattered old man for what you will, but never forget, even for an instant, how precarious our dominion over this earth truly is. For the wild still has teeth, and the deep dark places will always hunger for our demise. I never should have believed that moving to the cabin would bring us peace. That's what I told myself every day after we'd settled into the remote property nestled against the western slope of Pine Ridge. My wife Anna had fallen in love with the place the moment she saw the listing online. A rustic two-bedroom cabin surrounded by dense woodland miles from the nearest neighbor. The isolation appealed to her after years of city noise and crowded streets. The cabin sat in a small clearing, its weathered cedar walls blending seamlessly with the towering pines that stretched up the mountainside. During our first week there in late September of 2021, I had to admit the place had its charm. The morning mist would roll through the trees like ghostly fingers, and the sunset painted the ridge in brilliant oranges and purples. Anna spent hours on the wraparound porch, sketching the landscape and breathing in the crisp mountain air. But even from the beginning, something felt wrong about the ridge itself. The trees grew unnaturally thin and tall, their branches reaching toward the sky like desperate hands. When the wind moved through them, they created a sound I'd never heard before. Not quite a whistle, not quite a moan, but something that made the hair on my neck stand up. The local hardware store owner, an elderly man named Pete Morrison, had given us odd looks when we mentioned where we'd moved. "That's been empty for 3 years," he'd said, his weathered face creasing with concern. "Previous owners left in a hurry, never said why." Anna had laughed it off, claiming Pete was just trying to drum up local gossip. But I noticed how he avoided eye contact when he handed us our change, and how he'd crossed himself when we walked out the door. The first month passed without incident. I worked remotely from the cabin's small office, video conferencing with clients while Anna explored the surrounding forest. She'd return each evening with wildflowers, interesting rocks, or sketches of wildlife she'd spotted. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I began to relax into our new routine. It was during the second week of October that Anna first mentioned hearing sounds at night. She'd wake me gently, whispering that she thought she'd heard something moving outside our bedroom window. I'd listen carefully but hear nothing except the usual forest sounds: owls hooting, branches creaking, the occasional rustle of a nocturnal animal foraging for food. "Old cabin settling," I'd tell her, pulling her close. "These places make all kinds of noise." But Anna would lie awake long after I'd fallen back asleep, her body tense against mine, her breathing shallow and rapid. During the day, she'd examine the ground around the cabin, looking for tracks or signs of whatever might have disturbed her rest. She never found anything conclusive, just the usual deer prints and bird tracks that marked any forest floor. The nights grew longer as autumn deepened, and with them came a change in Anna's behavior. She became obsessed with watching the ridge, standing at our bedroom window each morning with a cup of coffee, studying the tree line with an intensity that unsettled me. When I asked what she was looking for, she'd just shake her head and say she couldn't explain it. "There's something up there," she'd whisper, her fingers tracing condensation patterns on the glass. "Something watching." I'd join her at the window, scanning the distant trees for any sign of movement. The ridge loomed above us like a wall of darkness, its peak hidden in perpetual shadow even during the brightest days. Sometimes I thought I caught glimpses of movement among the trees, a branch swaying against the wind, a shadow shifting where no shadow should be. But whenever I focused on a specific spot, there was nothing there. The temperature dropped dramatically as October gave way to November, and we began burning wood in the fireplace every evening. Anna would curl up in the armchair closest to the window, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, her eyes constantly drifting toward the ridge. She'd stopped sketching, stopped collecting flowers, stopped talking about how much she loved our new home. Instead, she'd sit in silence, occasionally tilting her head as if listening for something I couldn't hear. When I tried to engage her in conversation, she'd respond with distracted murmurs, her attention always somewhere else. The vibrant, curious woman I'd married was slowly disappearing, replaced by someone hollow-eyed and distant. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I called out to Anna to ask if she wanted red wine or white with our meal. When she didn't respond, I walked into the living room to find her standing pressed against the window, her palms flat against the glass, her breath fogging the surface. "Anna?" I said, touching her shoulder. She startled, spinning around with wild eyes. For a moment, she looked at me as if she didn't recognize me, her face pale and drawn. Then recognition flickered in her expression, and she forced a smile. "Sorry," she said, her voice hoarse. "I thought I saw something." That night, I called Anna's sister Helen in Denver, explaining that the isolation might be affecting Anna's mental state. Helen listened with growing concern, reminding me that Anna had always been sensitive to her environment, prone to anxiety in new situations. "Maybe you should come back to the city for a while," Helen suggested, "just until she adjusts." But when I broached the subject with Anna, she became agitated, insisting we couldn't leave. She claimed the ridge needed us, that something important was happening that we couldn't abandon. Her words made no sense, but the desperate look in her eyes convinced me to let the matter drop, at least temporarily. I should have trusted my instincts. I should have packed our bags that very night and driven back to civilization. Instead, I told myself that Anna just needed more time to settle in, that the stress of the move was manifesting in unusual ways. I rationalized every strange behavior, every sleepless night, every hour she spent staring at the ridge with an expression I couldn't interpret. The first snow fell on November 15th, dusting the ridge with white and making the skeletal trees look even more ominous against the gray sky. Anna watched it fall with an expression of anticipation that chilled me more than the dropping temperature. She pressed her face against the cold window glass, her breath creating expanding circles of fog. "It's beautiful," she whispered, though her tone suggested she was seeing something entirely different from the peaceful winter scene I observed. That night, the sounds began. The scratching started just after midnight. I'd been deep in sleep when the sound pulled me back to consciousness, a rhythmic scraping against the cabin's exterior walls, like fingernails dragging across wood. My eyes snapped open, and I lay perfectly still, straining to identify the source. Anna was already awake beside me, her body rigid with tension. "Do you hear it?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the sound. The scratching moved along the wall, slow and deliberate, passing beneath our bedroom window. It paused directly outside, and in that moment of silence, I could hear something else, a wet, ragged breathing that seemed to echo from multiple directions at once. I slipped out of bed as quietly as possible, grabbing the baseball bat I'd started keeping beside the nightstand. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and immediately the sounds outside stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been, pregnant with malevolent intent. Moving to the window, I carefully pulled back the curtain and peered out into the darkness. The snow-covered clearing was empty, unmarked by footprints or tracks. But at the edge of the forest, something moved. A pale shape detached itself from the shadows between the trees, upright but wrong somehow, its proportions defying natural anatomy. It stood approximately 8 feet tall, its limbs grotesquely elongated and thin. What should have been its head swayed back and forth with mechanical precision, scanning the cabin's facade. Even from a distance, I could see that its skin was the color of bleached bone, stretched taut over a skeletal frame that looked barely capable of supporting its own weight. "God help us," I breathed, stepping back from the window. The thing's head snapped toward our bedroom with inhuman speed, as if it had heard my whispered words. For several heartbeats, it remained motionless, focused on our window. Then, with movements that defied physics, it dropped to all fours and began moving toward the cabin. Its gait was wrong, joints bending in directions they shouldn't, limbs extending and contracting with each step like the legs of some massive spider. The sight of it moving across the snow without leaving tracks made my stomach lurch with primal terror. Anna had joined me at the window, her face pressed against the glass. Instead of horror, her expression showed a mixture of fascination and recognition that terrified me more than the creature itself. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her breath fogging the window. Beautiful? The thing currently circling our cabin was the antithesis of beauty, a mockery of human form that violated every natural law. Its movements were predatory, calculated, as if it were studying the structure of our home for weaknesses. "Anna, get away from the window," I hissed, pulling her back. But she resisted, reaching toward the glass as if trying to touch the creature outside. Her skin had taken on a waxy pallor, and her eyes reflected the moonlight with an intensity that reminded me uncomfortably of the thing stalking around our cabin. The creature completed its circuit of the building and returned to its original position at the forest's edge. It rose to its full height again, that eyeless head turning toward our window one final time. Then it melted back into the shadows, disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. We stood in darkness for another hour, waiting for it to return. Anna remained at the window, her hands pressed against the glass, her breathing slow and regular despite what we'd just witnessed. I, on the other hand, couldn't stop shaking. my mind struggling to process what I'd seen. When morning came, I searched the area around the cabin thoroughly. The snow showed no signs of disturbance, no tracks, no evidence that anything unusual had occurred. But I found something else that made my blood freeze. A series of deep scratches in the cabin's siding, too high and too perfectly spaced to have been made by any normal animal. Probably just a bear, I told Anna over breakfast, though I didn't believe it myself. She looked at me with those two bright eyes and smiled. Of course it was, she agreed. But her tone suggested she knew exactly what had visited us and was pleased by the encounter. That day, Anna's behavior became even more erratic. She spent hours sitting on the porch despite the freezing temperature, wrapped in blankets, and staring at the ridge with unwavering attention. When I tried to convince her to come inside, she'd claim she wasn't cold, that she felt perfectly comfortable. Her skin told a different story. It had taken on a bluish tinge, and when I touched her hands, they were ice cold despite her insistence that she felt warm. She'd stopped eating regular meals, picking at her food with obvious disinterest. The only time she showed any energy was when discussing the visitor from the previous night. It's not dangerous, she told me during one of our increasingly strained conversations. It's just curious about us, about me. The way she emphasized that last word sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the mountain air. Anna was changing, becoming something I didn't recognize. The woman who used to jump at her own shadow was now eager to encounter a creature that had filled me with more terror than anything I'd ever experienced. I tried calling Helen again, but Anna intercepted the call, snatching the phone from my hands and ending it before I could explain what was happening. Her strength surprised me. She'd always been petite and delicate, but she gripped the phone with enough force to crack the plastic case. "We don't need help," she said, her voice carrying an authority I'd never heard before. "Everything is exactly as it should be." That night I barely slept. Every sound from outside made me reach for the baseball bat, my heart hammering against my ribs. But Anna slept peacefully beside me, a serene smile playing on her lips, as if she were having the most pleasant dreams imaginable. Around 3 a.m., I woke to find her side of the bed empty. Panic seized me as I searched the cabin, calling her name in harsh whispers. I found her standing on the porch in nothing but her nightgown, her bare feet planted in the snow, her arms raised toward the ridge as if in worship. The creature was there too, closer than it had been the night before. It stood just 20 feet from the porch steps, its pale form clearly visible in the moonlight. Anna was speaking to it in a language I didn't recognize. Guttural sounds, mixed with whispered syllables that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my skull. When I grabbed Anna's arm to pull her inside, her skin was burning hot despite her exposure to the frigid air. She turned toward me with eyes that reflected light like an animal's, and for a terrifying moment, I saw something else looking out through her familiar features. "It's teaching me," she said in a voice that sounded layered, as if multiple people were speaking through her throat simultaneously. The creature watched this exchange with what I can only describe as satisfaction before retreating into the forest. I carried Anna inside, her body limp and compliant, and wrapped her in every blanket I could find. Her fever broke just before dawn, leaving her weak and disoriented, with no memory of her midnight encounter. But the change in her was permanent now. Something fundamental had shifted during those few minutes on the porch, something that transformed my wife into a stranger wearing her face. By the third week of November, Anna had stopped sleeping altogether. I'd find her wandering the cabin at all hours, sometimes standing motionless in the middle of rooms, staring at nothing. Her eyes had developed a glassy quality, like those of a person in a catatonic state. Yet she moved with purpose and responded to direct questions with disturbing clarity. The physical changes were impossible to ignore. Anna had always been slender, but now she appeared gaunt, her cheekbones sharp beneath skin that had taken on a translucent quality. Veins showed dark blue beneath the surface, creating intricate patterns across her arms and throat. When she smiled, which she did often now, though never in response to anything I found amusing, her teeth seemed too large for her mouth. She'd developed an aversion to cooked food, preferring raw vegetables and meat. I'd catch her in the kitchen at dawn, gnawing on carrots or celery with an intensity that suggested hunger, but not of any normal kind. The sound of her chewing filled me with inexplicable revulsion, a wet, grinding noise that seemed to echo throughout the cabin. Most disturbing were the conversations she claimed to be having. I'd hear her voice from other rooms, speaking in animated tones as if engaged in deep discussion with someone. But when I investigated, I'd find her alone, sometimes gesturing toward empty air, sometimes pressed against windows that looked out onto empty forest. "Who are you talking to?" I asked one morning after hearing her laugh, a sound unlike any she'd ever made before, high-pitched and trilling. "My friend," she replied simply, as if this explained everything. "What friend? There's no one here but us." Anna tilted her head, studying me with those unsettling eyes. "You can't see him yet, but you will." The certainty in her voice made my stomach churn. I'd started researching psychiatric facilities in the area, convinced that Anna was suffering some kind of psychotic break triggered by our isolation. But every time I tried to discuss getting help, she'd become agitated, sometimes violent, insisting that nothing was wrong with her. "I'm becoming what I was always meant to be," she told me during one particularly heated argument. "Why can't you understand that?" Her words echoed in my mind as I lay awake that night, listening to her move through the cabin below. The floorboards creaked rhythmically, as if she were pacing in perfect circles. Occasionally I'd hear that laugh again, and each time it sounded less human. I started documenting her behavior, hoping to build a case for involuntary commitment if necessary. The notes I wrote during those days read like horror fiction, describing a woman who barely resembled the person I'd married. November 20th. Anna spent 4 hours standing at the kitchen window, not moving, barely blinking. When I spoke to her, she said she was listening to the mountain. Her pulse is abnormally slow, maybe 40 beats per minute. November 22nd. Found her in the basement this morning, kneeling on the concrete floor. She'd arranged various objects in a circle around herself. Kitchen utensils, pieces of torn fabric, what looked like small bones. When I asked what she was doing, she said she was preparing. For what, she wouldn't say. November 24th. Anna hasn't eaten anything in 3 days, but shows no signs of weakness or hunger. If anything, she seems stronger. She moved the couch by herself yesterday, something that normally required both of us. Her body temperature fluctuates wildly, sometimes burning hot, sometimes cold enough to make me shiver when I touch her. The creature's visits became more frequent and bold. Every night it would emerge from the ridge, approaching closer to the cabin with each appearance. I'd watch from the bedroom window as Anna met it on the porch, the two of them communicating in that strange language of growls and whispers. During one of these encounters, I saw something that nearly stopped my heart. Anna had extended her hand toward the creature, and it had reached out with one of its impossibly long arms to touch her fingers. The moment of contact created a visible spark, like static electricity, and Anna's entire body convulsed with what appeared to be ecstasy. When she came back inside, her transformation accelerated dramatically. Her spine curved in a way that suggested her vertebrae had shifted, and her fingers had grown noticeably longer, the nails hardening into claw-like points. She walked differently, too, with a fluid grace that reminded me uncomfortably of the creature's movements. I tried to reason with her, to remind her of our life together, our plans for the future. But Anna looked at me as if I were speaking a foreign language, her head tilted at an angle that hurt my neck to watch. "That person is gone," she said matter-of-factly. "I'm better now. Better." The word haunted me as I realized I was sharing my home with something that wore my wife's face but contained an alien intelligence. The Anna I'd known and loved had been replaced by a changeling, a hollow shell animated by something that had crawled down from the ridge to claim her. I started making plans to escape, gathering important documents and cash while Anna was distracted by her nightly communions. But she seemed to sense my intentions with that uncanny awareness she'd developed, watching me with predatory attention whenever I moved through the cabin. "You're not thinking of leaving, are you?" she asked one evening, her voice carrying a note of menace I'd never heard from her before. "Of course not," I lied, my heart racing. Anna smiled, revealing teeth that were definitely sharper than they'd been that morning. Good, because we can't leave now, not when we're so close to understanding. Understanding what? I wanted to ask, but the look in her eyes discouraged further questions. Instead, I nodded and retreated to our bedroom, where I spent another sleepless night planning my escape and praying for the courage to execute it. The opportunity came sooner than expected, though not in a way I could have anticipated. On November 28th, a snowstorm hit the ridge with unprecedented fury. Wind howled around the cabin with such violence that the entire structure shook, and snow accumulated so quickly that within hours our windows were partially buried. The power lines went down just after sunset, plunging us into darkness except for the flickering light of candles and the dying fire in the fireplace. I expected Anna to be distressed by the storm, but instead she seemed energized by it. She moved through the cabin with electric excitement, preparing for something I couldn't understand. She'd gathered various objects from around the house, mirrors, metal utensils, pieces of jewelry, and arranged them in complex patterns throughout the rooms. "It's time," she announced as the storm reached its peak, her voice carrying over the howling wind. "Time for what?" I demanded. But she was already moving toward the front door. I grabbed her arm, alarmed by her intention to go outside in such dangerous conditions. But the moment I made contact, pain shot through my hand like an electric shock. Anna's skin was radiating heat intense enough to burn, and the smell of scorched flesh filled my nostrils. She turned to look at me, and I saw that her eyes had changed completely. What had once been hazel irises were now solid black, reflecting the candlelight like obsidian mirrors. The intelligence behind them was ancient and predatory, nothing remotely human. "Don't touch me again," she said in a voice layered with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I stumbled backward, cradling my burned hand, as Anna opened the door and stepped into the storm. The wind and snow immediately filled the cabin, extinguishing several candles and sending papers flying. Through the doorway, I could see Anna standing motionless in the swirling white chaos, her nightgown whipping around her body, but her hair hanging straight down as if unaffected by the gale. The creature emerged from the storm like something born from the tempest itself. It was larger than I'd seen it before, its pale skin gleaming with an inner light that made it visible despite the blizzard. As it approached Anna, its movements became more fluid, more graceful, as if the storm gave it strength. They met in the center of the clearing, and what happened next defied every natural law I understood. The space around them began to distort, reality bending like heated glass. The snow falling between them curved and spiraled, forming intricate patterns that hung in the air despite the chaotic wind. Anna raised her arms toward the creature, and it responded by placing its impossibly long hands on her shoulders. The moment they made contact, both figures began to change. Anna's body stretched and elongated, her spine extending with audible pops and cracks. Her skin paled to match the creature's bone-white complexion, and her fingers grew into the same sharp-tipped appendages I'd watched her develop over the past weeks. The creature, meanwhile, was becoming more human-like, its features softening and condensing into something that might have been handsome, if not for the absolute absence of warmth in its black eyes. It was as if they were trading essences, each becoming more like the other. I watched in horror from the doorway, too terrified to move, as my wife completed her transformation into something monstrous. When the process finished, two identical creatures stood in the clearing, their pale forms radiating that same unsettling inner light. They turned toward me simultaneously, and I saw Anna's face, or what had been her face, twisted into an expression of malicious joy. Her mouth opened wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth, and she spoke in that layered voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Now you understand," she said. "This is what I was always meant to become." I slammed the door and threw the bolt, my mind reeling with the impossibility of what I'd witnessed. Behind the door, I could hear them moving, circling the cabin with that same predatory patience the original creature had shown. Sometimes they'd scratch at the walls or windows, testing for weaknesses, their claws leaving deep gouges in the wood. The storm raged for 3 days, and for 3 days I was trapped in the cabin with those things prowling outside. They seemed to enjoy tormenting me, appearing at windows when I least expected it, their faces pressed against the glass with expressions of inhuman hunger. The creature that had been Anna would mouth words at me through the windows, my name, endearments from our past life together, promises of what would happen when they finally got inside. I rationed the remaining candles and what little food was left in the pantry, knowing that if the storm didn't end soon, I'd have no choice but to face them. The cold was becoming unbearable with the power out, and I could see ice crystals forming on the inside walls of the cabin. On the third night, the scratching at the walls became more aggressive. They'd found a loose board near the foundation and were working to pry it free. I could hear their whispered conversations through the gap they'd created, planning in that guttural language how they would enter and what they would do to me. I spent that night huddled in the bathroom, the only room in the cabin without windows, clutching the baseball bat and praying for dawn. The sounds of their efforts filled the house. Splintering wood, the screech of nails being pulled free, the occasional thump as they tested their progress. Just before sunrise, the sound stopped. I waited another hour before emerging from the bathroom, expecting to find them inside the cabin. Instead, I found the front door standing wide open, snow drifted across the floor, and 2 sets of tracks leading away toward the ridge. They were gone, but I knew it was only temporary. Whatever Anna had become, whatever the creature had made her, they would return when they were ready to finish what they'd started. The storm had passed, leaving the forest in crystalline silence. I had perhaps hours before they decided to come back, and I intended to use every minute to get as far away from that cursed place as possible. I didn't waste time gathering belongings or trying to salvage anything from the cabin. Within an hour of realizing the creatures had withdrawn, I was in my truck, the engine running and heat blasting as I navigated the treacherous mountain road. The snow had made driving dangerous, but staying was certain death. The truck struggled through the deep drifts, tires spinning and sliding on the icy surface. More than once I thought I'd become stuck, but desperation gave me the patience to rock the vehicle free and continue down the mountain. Every few minutes I'd check the rearview mirror, expecting to see pale figures pursuing me through the trees, but the forest remained empty. It took 3 hours to cover what should have been a 40-minute drive to town. By the time I reached the main highway, my hands were cramped from gripping the steering wheel, and my jaw ached from clenching my teeth. But I'd made it. I was away from the ridge, away from whatever Anna had become. In town, I went straight to the sheriff's office, bursting through the doors like a madman. Sheriff Patricia Valdez looked up from her paperwork with the weary expression of someone accustomed to dealing with difficult situations, but her demeanor changed when she saw my condition. "Sir, are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to explain what had happened, but the words came out in a jumbled rush that made no sense even to me. How do you tell a law enforcement officer that your wife has transformed into some kind of mountain monster? How do you describe creatures that defy natural law without sounding completely insane? Sheriff Valdez listened patiently, taking notes and asking clarifying questions. She was professional and kind, but I could see the skepticism growing in her eyes as my story became more outlandish. When I finished, she sat back in her chair and studied me carefully. "Mr. Henderson, when's the last time you slept or ate a full meal?" The question caught me off guard. I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd done either. The stress and terror of the past weeks had taken a physical toll I hadn't acknowledged. I probably did look like a crazy person, unshaven, hollow-eyed, rambling about monsters. "Look," Sheriff Valdez continued gently, "isolation can play tricks on the mind. You and your wife have been alone up there for months. Sometimes people start seeing things, hearing things that aren't really there." I wanted to argue, to insist that what I'd witnessed was real, but doubt crept into my thoughts. Had the isolation affected my sanity? Were the creatures manifestations of stress-induced psychosis? The rational part of my mind seized on this explanation, desperately wanting to believe that Anna was still Anna, that she was back at the cabin worried about my disappearance. "We need to do a wellness check on your wife," the sheriff said, reaching for her radio. "Send Deputy Martinez up to the Pine Ridge cabin to check on a possible domestic situation." "No!" I shouted, startling both of us with the vehemence of my response. You can't send someone up there alone. If I'm right, if any of this is real, you'll be sending him to his death." Sheriff Valdez studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right, we'll go together. But I need you to understand that if your wife is hurt or missing, there will be serious questions about your story." I agreed, relief flooding through me. At least they'd see for themselves what was up there. Evidence of the creature's presence would vindicate my claims and hopefully lead to some kind of rescue operation for Anna, if any part of her still existed within that transformed shell. We drove up the mountain in the sheriff's SUV, equipped with chains and emergency gear. I directed her to the cabin, my anxiety growing with each mile we climbed. What would we find? Had the creatures returned? Was Anna back to her human form, or would Sheriff Valdez encounter the nightmare I'd fled from? The cabin looked normal from the outside, almost disappointingly so. Snow covered the roof and surrounded the building in pristine white drifts. Smoke rose from the chimney, suggesting someone was inside maintaining a fire. If not for the deep scratches in the siding and the broken board near the foundation, it would have looked like a picture from a Christmas card. "Anna," Sheriff Valdez called out as we approached the front porch. "This is the sheriff. We're here to check on your welfare." The door opened and Anna appeared. She looked exactly as she had on the day we'd first visited the cabin, healthy, beautiful, completely human. She wore jeans and a sweater I recognized, her hair pulled back in the messy bun she favored when relaxing at home. When she saw me, her face lit up with joy and relief. "Thank God you're all right," she exclaimed, rushing down the steps to embrace me. "I was so worried when you disappeared in the storm. I thought something terrible had happened." Her body felt normal against mine, warm, soft, familiar. There was no trace of the burning heat or unnatural strength I'd experienced during her transformation. She smelled like the lavender soap she'd always used, and when she pulled back to look at me, her eyes were their original hazel color. "I'm so sorry," she continued, tears streaming down her face. "I know I've been acting strangely lately. The isolation, the stress of the move. I think I had some kind of breakdown. I barely remember the past few weeks. It's like I was in a fog." Sheriff Valdez questioned Anna thoroughly, but her answers were consistent and reasonable. She claimed to have no memory of the events I'd described, attributing her recent behavior to stress and possible sleepwalking episodes. She showed no signs of injury or coercion, and her demeanor was that of a woman genuinely concerned about her husband's psychological state. "I think he's been having nightmares," Anna told the sheriff. "He'd wake up screaming about monsters and creatures. I was planning to suggest he see someone when the storm hit and he disappeared." As we drove back down the mountain, Sheriff Valdez's attitude toward me had shifted from concern to suspicion. She suggested I seek professional help for what she clearly believed was a stress-induced breakdown and warned me that making false reports was a serious matter. But I knew what I'd seen. The Anna who'd embraced me at the cabin wasn't my wife. She was something else, wearing Anna's form with perfect precision. The real Anna was gone, consumed or transformed beyond recognition, and the thing that had taken her place was playing a role to perfection. That night, in a motel room in town, I lay awake planning my next move. I couldn't return to the cabin, couldn't live with the creature that had replaced my wife. But I also couldn't convince anyone else of the truth. I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making, suspected of harming the woman I'd tried to save. The phone rang at 3 a.m. I knew who it would be before I answered. "Hello, darling," Anna's voice said sweetly. "Why don't you come home?" I changed motels 3 times that week, paying cash and using false names, but somehow Anna always found my number. The calls came at random hours, sometimes her familiar voice pleading for me to return, sometimes that layered, inhuman sound that made my skull ache. She knew things she shouldn't know, which room I was staying in, what I'd eaten for dinner, conversations I'd had with the motel staff. "You can't hide from me forever," she said during one particularly chilling call. "I know you better than you know yourself. I know how you think, how you move, how you smell when you're afraid. The certainty in her voice convinced me that staying in the area was suicide. Whatever Anna had become possessed abilities that normal law enforcement couldn't counter. I needed to put distance between myself and the ridge, needed to disappear completely until I could figure out how to handle the situation. I withdrew everything from our joint bank accounts, knowing the transactions would leave a trail, but needing the resources more than anonymity. The money would have to last until I could establish a new identity somewhere far from Colorado. I bought a used car with cash, leaving my truck abandoned in the motel parking lot, and headed east toward states where no one knew my name. But Anna was hunting me. The first sign came in Kansas, 3 days into my flight. I'd stopped at a truck stop for gas and food, trying to blend in with the crowd of travelers. While filling the tank, I noticed a woman across the lot watching me with familiar intensity. She was tall and pale, wearing clothes that didn't quite fit right, and when our eyes met, she smiled with teeth that caught the fluorescent lights in an unnatural way. I abandoned the gas pump and drove away without paying, my heart hammering as I checked the mirrors obsessively. The woman didn't follow, but I knew she'd report my location to something that would. Anna had found allies, or created them, spreading her influence beyond the ridge. In Missouri, I saw another one. This time it was a man working at a diner where I'd stopped for breakfast. He moved with that same fluid grace I'd watched Anna develop, and his eyes held that predatory intelligence I'd learned to fear. When he brought my coffee, his fingers were too long, the nails filed to sharp points. "Your wife sends her regards," he whispered as he set down the cup. I left money on the table and ran, abandoning my meal and fleeing toward the interstate. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creature waiter standing in the diner's doorway, watching my departure with satisfaction. They were everywhere. A network of transformed beings spread across the country like a plague. Each one I encountered looked human at first glance, but closer inspection revealed the telltale signs. The too pale skin, the elongated limbs, the black eyes that reflected light like mirrors. They worked in gas stations, restaurants, hotels, anywhere a traveler might stop, all of them watching, waiting, reporting my movements back to their mistress. I realized the scope of what I was dealing with extended far beyond Anna and the creature from the ridge. This was an infestation, a coordinated effort to transform humanity one person at a time. Anna had been just the beginning, patient zero in an epidemic of monstrous change. The phone calls continued, taunting me with promises of what would happen when they finally caught up. Anna's voice had lost all pretense of humanity now, speaking in that multi-layered tone that suggested multiple entities speaking through her throat simultaneously. "You're only delaying the inevitable," she told me during a call that came through the radio of my stolen car. Somehow she'd found a frequency I couldn't escape. "Every mile you run, we grow stronger. Every person you meet becomes one of us. Soon, there will be nowhere left to hide." I drove without stopping, except for fuel, existing on gas station coffee and vending machine food, afraid to interact with people any longer than necessary. My reflection in rest stop mirrors showed a man pushed beyond his limits, hollow-eyed, gaunt, trembling with exhaustion and terror. I looked like the crazy person everyone assumed I was. In Tennessee, they nearly got me. I'd foolishly chosen to spend the night in a motel, desperate for a shower and a few hours of real sleep. But I woke at 2 a.m. to the sound of scratching on my door, that same rhythmic scraping I'd first heard at the cabin. Through the window, I could see pale figures moving in the parking lot, their elongated forms gliding between cars with predatory purpose. There were at least 6 of them, maybe more lurking beyond the range of the security lights. They'd found me somehow, tracked me to this anonymous roadside stop in the middle of nowhere. As I watched in growing horror, more figures emerged from the surrounding darkness, converging on the motel like wolves closing in on wounded prey. I gathered my few possessions and climbed out the bathroom window, dropping into the darkness behind the building. The creatures were focused on the front entrance, apparently unaware of my escape route. I made it to my car and drove away with the headlights off, navigating by moonlight until I was sure they weren't following. But I knew they'd track me again. The network was too vast, too well coordinated. No matter where I went, Eventually, one of them would spot me and alert the others. I was being herded like cattle, driven toward some predetermined destination where Anna waited to finish what she'd started. The revelation came in Virginia, during what I thought would be my final hours of freedom. I'd been driving for 18 hours straight, sustained only by caffeine and terror, when exhaustion finally overcame fear. I pulled into an abandoned gas station to rest for a few minutes, just long enough to clear my head and plan my next move. That's when I saw the newspaper clipping taped to the inside of the gas station window. It was yellowed with age, dated 15 years earlier, but the headline made my blood freeze. Family disappears from mountain cabin. Search called off after strange encounters. The article described a family of 4 who'd vanished from a remote cabin on Pine Ridge. Searchers had found evidence of struggle but no bodies, and several rescue workers reported encountering unidentified figures in the forest. The search was abandoned after 2 volunteers disappeared without explanation. Below that article was another, dated 10 years earlier, describing similar disappearances at the same location, and below that, another from 20 years ago. The pattern went back decades, maybe longer. Families drawn to the ridge, isolated and transformed, then used to spread the contagion further into the world. Anna and I hadn't been the first victims. We were just the latest in a long line of people chosen for our isolation, our vulnerability, our potential usefulness to whatever intelligence controlled the creatures. The cabin had been bait, designed to lure unsuspecting couples away from civilization where they could be harvested without interference. I understood then that running was futile. The network would continue to grow, spreading from city to city until the entire country was infected. Anna hadn't been transformed randomly. She'd been selected, cultivated, prepared for her role in a plan that spanned generations. The phone in the abandoned gas station rang, its shrill tone cutting through the night silence. I knew I shouldn't answer, but compulsion drew me toward it anyway. When I lifted the receiver, Anna's voice filled my ear, closer than it had ever sounded. "You understand now," she said. "You see the beauty of what we're building. A world without fear, without pain, without the petty concerns that plague humanity. We offer perfection, immortality, unity of purpose. You offer death," I whispered. Anna laughed, that terrible multi-layered sound that spoke of things beyond human comprehension. "Death is just the doorway. What waits beyond is far more wonderful than anything you've ever imagined." Through the gas station windows, I could see lights approaching from multiple directions. They'd found me again, and this time there would be no escape. The creatures were closing in, their pale forms becoming visible in the darkness as they surrounded the building. "Come home," Anna said softly. "Let me show you what you could become." I hung up the phone and drew the pistol I'd bought in Arkansas. My last resort, saved for the moment when capture became inevitable. But as I watched the creatures approach, moving with that inhuman grace that violated every natural law, I realized even this final option might not be enough. They wanted me alive. They wanted me conscious and aware when the transformation began, wanted me to experience every moment of my humanity being stripped away and replaced with something alien and hungry. Death would be a mercy they weren't prepared to grant. The first creature reached the door, its elongated fingers wrapping around the handle with delicate precision. Others pressed against the windows, their black eyes reflecting the fluorescent lights like dark stars. They moved without urgency, confident in their superiority, savoring the moment of inevitable victory. But I still had one option left, one chance to deny them their prize, and perhaps warn others about the threat growing in the mountains of Colorado. If I couldn't escape, at least I could ensure my story survived to reach someone who might believe it, someone who might be able to stop the spread of this contagion before it consumed everything. The creatures entered the gas station like smoke, flowing through the doorway with impossible fluidity. Their leader was tall and pale, its features a perfect mockery of human beauty marred by those terrible black eyes. When it spoke, its voice carried harmonics that made my bones ache. "You have led us quite a chase," it said, advancing slowly across the linoleum floor. "But it ends now. You will come with us willingly, or we will take you by force. Either way, you will be transformed." I raised the pistol, knowing it was useless but needing to maintain some illusion of control. "Stay back. I'll shoot." The creature smiled, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Bullets cannot harm what we have become. Pain is meaningless to us now. We are beyond such crude physical limitations." Behind it, the other creatures spread out through the gas station, cutting off any possible escape routes. Their movements were coordinated with military precision, each one positioned to prevent my flight in any direction. They had done this before, many times, perfecting their technique through decades of practice. But they had made one mistake in their confidence. They assumed I intended to shoot them. Instead, I turned the pistol toward my own head. The creatures froze the moment they realized my intention. For the first time since this nightmare began, I saw something resembling fear in their black eyes. Their confident advance stopped, and the leader raised one elongated hand in a gesture of caution. "You do not want to do that," it said, its voice losing some of its inhuman resonance and taking on an almost pleading quality. "Death is not escape. Death is merely transition to a state where we have even greater control over your essence." The words chilled me more than any threat could have. They were saying that even in death, I wouldn't be free from their influence. Whatever they were, whatever power they drew from, it extended beyond the boundaries of life itself. "You're lying," I said, though doubt crept into my voice. The creature that had been Anna stepped forward from the group, and I gasped despite myself. She looked exactly as she had on our wedding day, radiant, beautiful, perfect in every detail. But the intelligence behind her eyes was ancient and malevolent, wearing her form like an elaborate costume. "Darling," she said in her original voice, the sound so perfectly Anna that tears sprang to my eyes. "I would never lie to you. Death won't end your suffering. It will only make it eternal. But transformation offers infinite possibility. You could be like me, like us, perfect, immortal, free from every limitation that has ever constrained you." I wanted to believe her lies, wanted to accept the comfort of surrender. The gun trembled in my hands as exhaustion and despair warred with my last fragments of sanity. What was the point of continuing to fight when the entire world seemed infected by their influence? "Look around you," Anna continued, gesturing toward the other creatures. Each of them was once human, once afraid, once limited by mortality and flesh. Now they are part of something greater, a collective consciousness that spans continents. They have knowledge beyond anything your species has ever imagined. They have purpose that transcends individual desire. As she spoke, images flashed through my mind, not my own memories, but visions planted by some external force. I saw cities where creatures like these moved openly among humans, their influence spreading through touch and proximity. I saw governments infiltrated, institutions corrupted, the entire structure of civilization slowly transformed from within. The scope of their plan was breathtaking in its ambition. They weren't just creating random monsters. They were systematically replacing humanity with something else, something that served interests I couldn't comprehend. The process had been ongoing for decades, maybe centuries, hidden in remote locations where their victims could be processed without detection. "You see now," Anna said, reading the horror in my expression. "This is not random violence or mindless hunger. This is evolution, guided by intelligence far superior to your own. We are offering your species a gift, the chance to become something greater than what you are. By destroying everything that makes us human," I managed to say. Anna shrugged, the gesture heartbreakingly familiar despite the context. "Humanity is a failed experiment. You war among yourselves, destroy your environment, live brief, meaningless lives filled with suffering and fear. We offer something better." The pistol grew heavier in my hands as her words sank in. Part of me, the exhausted, terrified part that had been running for weeks, wanted to accept what she offered. The promise of an end to fear, to uncertainty, to the constant struggle of existence, held undeniable appeal. But another part of me, The part that remembered what Anna had been before her transformation rebelled against the suggestion. The woman I'd loved had been flawed, certainly, but those flaws had been part of what made her human. Her capacity for joy, her ability to find beauty in simple things, her genuine concern for others, all of that was gone now, replaced by cold calculation and alien purpose. "What happened to the real Anna?" I asked. The creature wearing her face tilted its head, considering the question. "She became me. Every memory, every experience, every emotion she ever felt is now part of our collective consciousness. In a sense, she is more alive now than she ever was in her limited human form. But she's not herself anymore." "Self is an illusion," Anna replied. "Individual consciousness is a primitive stage of development. We have transcended such limitations." I thought of all the moments Anna and I had shared. Quiet mornings over coffee, late-night conversations about our dreams, the way she'd laugh at her own jokes before finishing them. All of that had been real, meaningful, precious in its imperfection. The creature before me might possess Anna's memories, but it couldn't understand why those moments had mattered. "You're wrong," I said, feeling strength return to my voice. "Individuality isn't a limitation. It's what makes life worth living. The connections between people, the choices we make, the way we grow and change. That's not something to be transcended. That's something to be treasured." Anna's expression hardened, losing its artificial warmth. "You cling to primitive concepts because you fear what you could become. But fear will not protect you. Your choice is simple. Join us willingly and retain some vestige of your former self, or resist and be transformed into something purely functional." The threat was clear, but it also revealed something important. They needed my cooperation for the transformation to work properly. Willing subjects retained more of their original personality, making them more effective at infiltrating human society. Resistant subjects became mere puppets, useful for labor but lacking the subtlety needed for complex deception. That knowledge gave me one final weapon against them. "I understand now," I said, lowering the pistol slightly. "You need people to choose transformation. Force doesn't work as well, does it? You need us to surrender willingly to get the best results." The creatures exchanged glances, confirming my suspicion. Anna stepped closer, hope flickering in her alien eyes. "Yes, choice is crucial to the process. But you will choose correctly because the alternative is existence as a mindless drone. Surely any form of consciousness is preferable to that fate." I nodded as if considering her words, then raised the pistol again. Not toward my head this time, but toward the gas pumps visible through the station window. The creatures realized my intention a split second before I pulled the trigger. The bullet shattered the pump's housing, sending sparks flying into the pool of gasoline that had accumulated around the base. The explosion was immediate and devastating, turning the entire gas station into an inferno that consumed everything within a 100-yard radius. I felt the heat wash over me in the instant before unconsciousness took hold, saw the creatures' perfect forms beginning to burn and blister. Their screams filled the air. Not the human sounds of pain I expected, but something far worse, the sound of things not meant to exist being forced back into the void. The last thing I remember was Anna's face, distorted by flames but still recognizable, her expression one of genuine surprise that I'd chosen mutual destruction over surrender. When I woke up 3 days later in a hospital burn unit, the official story was that I'd been the sole survivor of a gas station explosion caused by an electrical fault. The bodies of 6 people had been found in the wreckage, but they were so badly burned that identification was impossible. Investigators found no evidence of foul play, ruling the incident an unfortunate accident. But I knew better. The creatures had been real, and I'd managed to destroy at least some of them. The question was whether I'd made any real difference or if the network was simply too vast to be significantly damaged by one small victory. I spent 2 months in the hospital, recovering from severe burns and smoke inhalation. The physical healing was nothing compared to the psychological trauma, and the staff psychiatrists were convinced I was suffering from survivor's guilt, complicated by stress-induced delusions. They had me on a cocktail of medications designed to suppress the hallucinations and help me construct a more acceptable narrative of events. But the drugs couldn't erase what I'd seen, and the official explanations couldn't account for certain inconsistencies in the evidence. The bodies found in the gas station, for instance, had been burned beyond recognition, but they'd also shown signs of anatomical abnormalities that the coroner couldn't explain. Bone structures that didn't match human norms, dental patterns unlike anything in medical literature, tissue samples that contained unknown proteins. These anomalies were quietly buried in classified reports, dismissed as artifacts of extreme heat damage. The investigators wanted a simple explanation for a complex situation, and they weren't interested in evidence that contradicted their preferred narrative. A gas station had exploded, people had died, and I was the traumatized survivor who'd invented elaborate fantasies to cope with the horror. The call started again while I was still in the hospital. They came through the room phone at first, then through my cell phone after I'd had the room number changed. Anna's voice, as clear and present as if she were standing beside my bed. She didn't sound angry about the gas station incident. If anything, she seemed amused by my attempt at resistance. "You think you've accomplished something," she said during one particularly long conversation. "You destroyed a few drones and temporarily disrupted our operations in that region. But we have thousands more, and the network grows stronger every day." I tried hanging up, but she called back immediately. I tried turning off the phone, but somehow her voice continued to emerge from the speaker. Technology, I was learning, was just another tool they could manipulate when it served their purposes. "The beautiful thing about your little explosion," Anna continued, "is that it provided perfect cover for our expansion. While investigators were focused on the gas station, we moved into 3 new states. While you were unconscious in your hospital bed, we transformed 47 new subjects. Your resistance is actually helping us by creating distractions." The knowledge that my actions had inadvertently aided their cause filled me with despair deeper than anything I'd experienced during my flight across the country. Every move I made seemed to play into their hands, as if they were capable of turning any opposition to their advantage. "Why don't you just transform me and be done with it?" I asked during one of our conversations. Anna laughed, that terrible multi-layered sound I'd learned to fear. "Because you're more valuable to us as you are. Your story, your desperate attempts to warn people, your obvious mental instability, all of it serves to discredit any real reports of our activities. When other survivors try to come forward, they'll be dismissed as copying your well-documented delusions." The strategy was diabolical in its simplicity. By allowing me to live and speak freely about my experiences, they were ensuring that any legitimate warnings would be ignored. I'd become the poster child for stress-induced psychosis, the cautionary tale that would silence other potential witnesses. When I was finally released from the hospital, I found myself truly alone for the first time in my adult life. My insurance had covered the medical bills, but my savings were depleted from months of flight and the expenses associated with my treatment. The cabin on Pine Ridge had burned down under mysterious circumstances while I was hospitalized, another electrical fire that left no evidence of the horrors that had occurred there. I rented a small apartment in a city where no one knew my name, paying month to month and keeping my belongings to a minimum in case I needed to run again. The paranoia never left me. Every pale stranger on the street might be one of them. Every unexpected phone call might be Anna checking on my activities. I tried to research the network using public records and internet databases, looking for patterns in missing persons reports, unexplained accidents, and similar incidents. What I found convinced me that the scope of their operation was even larger than I'd imagined. Disappearances clustered around remote locations throughout the country, mountain cabins, isolated farms, abandoned industrial sites. Each location would claim several victims over a period of years before being abandoned, allowing the heat to die down before the cycle began again somewhere else. The pattern had been ongoing for decades, hidden in the statistical noise of a large population. But the most disturbing discovery came when I cross-referenced these disappearances with subsequent unusual incidents in nearby urban areas. Strange accidents, unexplained suicides, missing persons cases where the victims were later found behaving oddly, all occurring in the months following major disappearances at remote sites. The creatures weren't just transforming people in isolation. They were using those transformed individuals to infiltrate population centers, spreading their influence through contact with friends, family members, and co-workers. The process was slow and subtle, designed to avoid detection by authorities who weren't looking for inhuman infiltrators. I tried to warn people, posting my findings on conspiracy theory websites and forums where such information might be taken seriously. But even in those communities, my claims were considered too extreme, too lacking in verifiable evidence. The few people who expressed interest in my story invariably stopped responding to my messages after a few days, and I suspected they'd been contacted by the network and either silenced or recruited. The isolation was crushing. I'd gone from being a respected member of society to a paranoid hermit whose own family refused to speak with him. My sister Helen had visited me once in the hospital, but I could see the pity and fear in her eyes as I tried to explain what had really happened to Anna. She left believing the official story, that I'd suffered a complete psychological breakdown and needed professional help I was refusing to accept. 6 months after the gas station incident, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a photograph of Helen standing outside her Denver home, unaware she was being watched. On the back, someone had written, "Your choice," in handwriting I recognized as Anna's. The message was clear. I could continue my futile attempts to expose them, and they would target the people I cared about. Or I could remain silent, accepting my role as a discredited witness whose story served their purposes. I chose silence, but not surrender. Instead of continuing my public campaign, I began documenting everything in private. Every detail of my experience, every piece of research I'd gathered, every pattern I'd identified in their operations. I stored copies in multiple locations with instructions for publication if anything happened to me. The network might be too vast and well-established for one person to destroy, but perhaps someday someone else would encounter them and need the information I'd gathered. Perhaps a government agency would finally take the threat seriously, or a group of survivors would band together to mount organized resistance. Until then, I wait. I watch. I document every sign of their influence spreading through the world around me. The pale strangers who appear in my neighborhood, the missing persons reports that follow familiar patterns, the subtle changes in people I've known for years. They haven't contacted me directly in months now, confident that I've been neutralized as a threat. But I know Anna is still out there, still spreading her poisonous gift to new victims. Still building towards some ultimate goal I can't comprehend but can only fear. Sometimes, late at night when the isolation becomes unbearable, I consider calling her. The number she used to contact me is still in my phone, and I know she'd answer on the first ring. Part of me wants to hear her voice again, even knowing what she's become. Part of me wonders if the creature is right, if transformation really would be preferable to this endless, fearful existence. But then I remember the Anna I loved, the real Anna, who found joy in simple pleasures and meaning in human connection. She wouldn't want me to give up my humanity, no matter how much pain it caused. She'd want me to keep fighting, to keep warning people, to resist until my last breath. So I continue. I survive. I remember. And I pray that someday someone will read these words and understand the truth about what's happening in the shadows of our world. The creatures are real. The network is spreading. And unless someone finds a way to stop them, everything we consider human will eventually be consumed by their alien hunger. The Ridge still calls to people seeking isolation and peace. New cabins are built where the old ones burned down, new families drawn by the promise of escape from urban chaos. And the cycle begins again, feeding the network with fresh victims who don't understand the true cost of their mountain paradise. Don't go to the remote places. Don't seek isolation in the wilderness. Don't trust the pale strangers who seem too perfect, too understanding, too eager to help. And if you ever receive a call from someone you love who doesn't quite sound right, who speaks with layered harmonics that make your bones ache, hang up immediately and run as far as you can. Because they're still out there, still hunting, still transforming. And the next time you see a news report about a family that's gone missing from their remote cabin, you'll know exactly what happened to them. The only question is whether anyone will believe you when you try to warn them. just as no one believed me. The suffocating embrace of Los Angeles had become too much to bear. The constant drone of traffic, the oppressive smog that hung over the city like a shroud, and the never-ending parade of people. It was all closing in on me. I, Ethan Blackwood, had always been drawn to the serenity of nature, and RV camping had become my escape from the mundane pressures of life. Growing up in the chaos of Los Angeles, I often found myself yearning for solitude and the simple pleasures of the great outdoors. That's how I ended up in the dense forests of Northern California, far away from the noise and pollution of the city. I had a knack for finding the most secluded spots where the only sounds were the whisper of the wind through the trees and the occasional call of a distant bird. As I drove my battered but reliable old Winnebago along the winding forest roads, I felt a sense of anticipation building in my chest. The farther I got from civilization, the more at peace I felt. The towering redwoods and dense undergrowth seemed to welcome me, their ancient presence a stark contrast to the sterile concrete jungle I'd left behind. After hours of driving, I finally found the perfect spot, a small clearing near a crystal-clear stream. My RV looked out of place amid the ancient trees, a modern intruder in this timeless sanctuary. But it was my home for the next few days, and I was grateful for its shelter. I had packed enough supplies to last a week. Canned goods, water, a first aid kit, and my trusty rifle for protection against any wild animals. Not that I expected to encounter anything dangerous, but you can never be too careful in the wilderness. As I set up camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I chalked it up to paranoia, a city dweller's natural unease in the quiet of the forest. Still, I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual as I gathered firewood and set up my camping chair by the stream. The first day was uneventful, almost idyllic. I hiked along barely visible trails, marveling at the towering trees and the lush ferns that carpeted the forest floor. I tried my hand at fishing in the stream, more for the meditative quality of the act than any real hope of catching dinner. As the sun began to set, I returned to my campsite and built a fire. Sitting by the crackling flames, watching the sparks dance up into the darkening sky, I felt truly at peace for the first time in years. The worries and stresses of my life in Los Angeles seemed a world away. I thought about how lucky I was to have found this little slice of paradise. Little did I know this paradise would soon turn into a nightmare. I woke early the next morning to the sound of rustling leaves. It wasn't the gentle breeze of the previous day. This was something different, more purposeful. I lay still in my sleeping bag, straining my ears to catch any other sounds. For a moment I could have sworn I heard whispers, barely audible and impossible to make out. Shaking off my unease, I attributed the sounds to wildlife. Perhaps a deer or a raccoon rummaging through the underbrush. I went about my morning routine, brewing coffee over the rekindled fire and enjoying a simple breakfast of instant oatmeal. As I sat reading a worn paperback thriller, I couldn't help but feel that the forest around me had changed overnight. The welcoming atmosphere of the previous day had been replaced by something more watchful. By mid-morning, I decided to go for a hike deeper into the woods. I packed a small backpack with essentials, water, snacks, a map, and my knife. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to leave the rifle behind, thinking it unnecessary for a short hike. The trail I chose was barely a trail at all, more of a game path winding through the forest. The further I went, the denser the vegetation became. Shafts of sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy overhead, creating an eerie twilight atmosphere even in the middle of the day. After about an hour of hiking, I came across something that made my blood run cold. A campsite. But not just any campsite. This one looked like it had been abandoned in a hurry. There was an overturned tent, scattered belongings, and a half-burned fire. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. I cautiously approached, calling out to see if anyone was around. My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness of the forest, but there was no response. As I examined the site more closely, I found personal items strewn about, clothes, a wallet, a backpack, but no sign of the people who had left them. Among the scattered belongings, I found a journal. Its pages were filled with hastily scribbled notes that made little sense. Mentions of being watched, strange noises at night, and a final entry that simply read, "They're coming." A chill ran down my spine as I read those words, my imagination conjuring up all sorts of terrifying possibilities. I felt an overwhelming urge to leave, to get back to my RV and drive as far away from here as possible. But curiosity, or perhaps some darker force, compelled me to look around a bit more. That's when I heard it. A low, guttural sound like a growl, but distinctly human. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned slowly, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. Nothing. Just the trees and the underbrush, silent as ever. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then I saw him. A man stood a few yards away, partially obscured by the trees. He was gaunt and disheveled, his clothes torn and dirty as if he'd been living in the wilderness for weeks. But it was his eyes that truly terrified me, wild and unfocused, filled with a mix of fear and something else, something darker and more primal. "Hey," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond, just stood there staring at me with those unsettling eyes. I took a hesitant step closer and he bolted, disappearing into the forest with an agility that surprised me given his apparent condition. I hesitated for a moment, weighing my options. The sensible thing would be to head back to my campsite, to the relative safety of my RV. But what if this man needed help? What if he knew something about the abandoned campsite and the cryptic journal entries? Against my better judgment, I decided to follow him. I plunged into the underbrush, pushing through ferns and ducking under low-hanging branches. The man was fast, but I managed to keep him in sight, catching glimpses of his ragged form as he darted between the trees. We emerged into another clearing, and what I saw there made me wish I'd never left Los Angeles. It was the remnants of another campsite, but this one was even more chaotic than the first. Tents were shredded, camping gear was scattered everywhere, and most disturbingly, there were dark stains on the ground that looked horribly like blood. The air was thick with the metallic scent of fear, and I could feel my heart racing, every instinct screaming at me to run. But the man was gone, vanished into the trees like a ghost. I stood there panting and trying to make sense of what I was seeing. That's when I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head, and everything went black. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I came to, I found myself in a nightmarish situation. I was tied to a tree, my hands bound behind me with rough rope that bit into my skin. My head throbbed where I'd been struck, and my vision swam as I tried to focus on my surroundings. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized I was in some sort of makeshift camp. Crude shelters made of branches and animal hides surrounded me, and in the center was a fire pit, currently cold and empty. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, unwashed bodies, and something else. A sickly sweet odor I couldn't quite identify. Movement caught my eye, and I saw him, the man from the forest. He was crouched by one of the shelters, muttering to himself as he sorted through a pile of what looked like bones. As if sensing my gaze, he turned and our eyes met. He approached slowly, his movements jerky and unpredictable. Up close, I could see that his eyes were sunken and bloodshot, his skin pale and covered in a network of scars and fresh cuts. He crouched down in front of me, his face inches from mine. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice a raspy whisper. "This place isn't for you, the forest. It doesn't like outsiders." "Who are you?" I asked, my voice shaking despite my efforts to stay calm. "What happened to the other campers?" He didn't answer, just stared at me with those wild eyes. Then he stood up and walked over to what I now realized was a makeshift altar. It was covered in strange symbols carved into wood and bone, and adorned with feathers, teeth, and other unidentifiable objects. He picked up a knife from the altar, its blade wickedly sharp and stained with what I prayed wasn't blood. As he approached me again, I struggled against my bonds, the rope cutting into my wrists. "The forest demands sacrifice," he muttered, raising the knife. "It's hungry, always hungry." I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the pain that was sure to come. But instead, I heard a loud crack, like a gunshot, and the man's body fell heavily to the ground beside me. I opened my eyes to see another man standing at the edge of the clearing, a rifle in his hands. He was older, probably in his 60s, with a grizzled beard and the weathered look of someone who'd spent most of his life outdoors. He approached cautiously, keeping his eyes on the man on the ground. He nudged him with his foot to make sure he was dead, then turned to me. "You all right, son?" he asked, his voice gruff but kind. I think so," I replied, still in shock from the rapid turn of events. He quickly cut me loose, and I stumbled to my feet, rubbing my raw wrists. "Thank you," I managed to say. "Who are you? And who was he?" The old man sighed heavily. "Name's Frank. I'm a park ranger. Been tracking this fella for weeks now. As for who he was, well, that's a long story. Let's get you back to your camp first. You look like you could use a strong drink and a sit-down." As we made our way back through the forest, Frank explained that there had been reports of missing campers in the area over the past few months. At first, they thought it was just careless hikers getting lost, but then they started finding abandoned campsites and signs of struggle. "We knew something was wrong," Frank said, "but we had no idea it was this bad. That fella back there, he wasn't always like that. Used to be a camper himself, name of Mike Holloway. Came out here about 6 months ago and never left." We reached my campsite as the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees. I was relieved to see my RV still there, untouched. Frank helped me inside, and I collapsed into a chair, my legs finally giving out as the adrenaline wore off. Frank rummaged through my supplies and found a bottle of whiskey I'd brought along. He poured us each a generous measure and sat down across from me. "Now," he said, taking a long sip of his drink, "I reckon you've got some questions. And I've got a story to tell you. A story about this forest and the things that live in it. Things that most folks don't believe in. Things that don't show up in any guidebook or nature documentary." I leaned forward, my own drink forgotten in my hand. "What kind of things?" Frank's eyes grew distant, as if he was looking at something far beyond the walls of my RV. "Things as old as the trees themselves, maybe older. They've been here long before we started coming into these woods, and they'll be here long after we're gone. Most of the time, they're content to leave us alone, but sometimes they get hungry." As the night deepened around us, Frank spun a tale that sounded more like something out of a horror novel than real life. He spoke of ancient spirits that dwelled in the oldest parts of the forest, entities that had been worshipped by the native tribes long before European settlers arrived. "These spirits," Frank explained, "they're not good or evil in the way we think of it. They're like forces of nature, powerful, unpredictable, and completely indifferent to human concerns. But they do get restless sometimes. And when that happens, they start to influence the world around them." He went on to describe how, over the years, there had been cycles of strange occurrences in the forest. Periods where hikers would go missing more frequently, where rangers and locals would report odd sightings or inexplicable phenomena. "And sometimes," Frank said, his voice dropping to almost a whisper, "sometimes they find someone who's susceptible, someone they can use." I thought back to the wild-eyed man who had held me captive. "You mean like Mike Holloway?" Frank nodded grimly. "Exactly like Mike. He came out here 6 months ago, just a regular guy looking to commune with nature. But something about him caught the attention of the forest spirits. Maybe he was more open to their influence, or maybe he just happened to camp in the wrong spot. Whatever the reason, they got into his head." The ranger described how Mike had gradually changed over the weeks he spent in the forest. At first it was just small things, talking to himself, building strange structures out of sticks and bones. But as time went on, he became more erratic, more violent. "We tried to help him," Frank said, a note of regret in his voice. "Tried to convince him to leave the forest, to get some help, But by then, it was too late. He was convinced that the forest was speaking to him, that it needed sacrifices to stay strong. I shuddered, remembering Mike's words about the forest being hungry. So all those missing campers? Frank nodded solemnly. Some of them probably just got lost. But others... Well, you saw those campsites. And there were others we found that were even worse. We sat in silence for a while, the weight of Frank's words hanging heavy in the air. Finally, I asked the question that had been nagging at me since he first appeared. Why are you telling me all this? Isn't there some kind of cover-up? I can't imagine the Parks Department wants this kind of story getting out. Frank chuckled, but there was no humor in it. Son, I've been working these woods for over 40 years. I've seen things that would turn your hair white, and I've learned that sometimes the truth is the only thing that can keep people safe. I'm telling you this because you need to understand the danger. You need to respect this forest and the things that live in it. He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto mine. And most importantly, you need to leave. First thing in the morning, you pack up and you drive out of here. Don't stop. Don't look back. Just go. I nodded, a chill running down my spine despite the warmth of the RV. What about you? And what happened today? I'll take care of it, Frank said, standing up. I've got protocols for this kind of situation. As far as anyone else will know, Mike Holloway was a disturbed individual who tragically died while camping. A cautionary tale about the dangers of going into the wilderness unprepared. He moved to the door of the RV, pausing with his hand on the handle. Remember what I said. Leave at first light. And if you ever feel the urge to come back to these woods, fight it. For your own sake. With that, he was gone, swallowed up by the darkness of the forest. I barely slept that night, every creak and rustle outside the RV setting my nerves on edge. When the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I was already up and packing. As I prepared to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest, that had seemed so welcoming just days ago, now felt oppressive, its shadows hiding untold horrors. I moved quickly, breaking down my campsite and stowing everything in the RV. Every so often I would pause, certain I'd heard a whisper on the wind or caught a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. But each time I turned to look, there was nothing there but trees and underbrush. As I was doing a final check of the area, making sure I hadn't left anything behind, I noticed something strange. At the base of a large tree near where I'd parked the RV, there was a small pile of stones arranged in a deliberate pattern. I was certain it hadn't been there the day before. I approached cautiously, my heart racing. The stones were arranged in a spiral, with a larger flat stone in the center. Carved into this central stone was a crude symbol, a tree with what looked like faces peering out from its branches. For a moment, I considered taking the stone as evidence of my experience. But Frank's warnings echoed in my mind, and I decided it was best to leave it undisturbed. Whatever message it was meant to convey, I didn't want to know. With a final glance at the forest that had been my home for the past few days, I climbed into the RV and started the engine. As I pulled away from the clearing, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing among the trees, tall and inhuman, its body seeming to shift and blend with the forest around it. But when I blinked, it was gone. I drove faster than was probably safe on the winding forest roads, not slowing until I reached the main highway. Only then did I feel like I could breathe again, the oppressive atmosphere of the forest finally lifting. The drive back to Los Angeles was long and uneventful, giving me plenty of time to think about what had happened. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as a bad dream or a hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But the rope burns on my wrists and the lump on the back of my head were very real reminders that what I'd experienced was no dream. For weeks after my return, I was jumpy and paranoid. Every unexpected sound made me flinch, and I found myself avoiding parks and even well-manicured lawns. The concrete jungle of LA, which I had been so eager to escape, now felt comfortingly solid and real. I debated whether to tell anyone about what had happened. In the end, I decided to keep it to myself. Who would believe me anyway? A tale of ancient forest spirits and murderous hermits sounded insane even to my own ears. I did, however, keep an eye on the news, searching for any reports of missing hikers or strange occurrences in the area where I had camped. There were a few stories, a lost hiker here, an abandoned campsite there, but nothing that hinted at the true horrors lurking in those woods. About a month after my return, I received a package. There was no return address, but the postmark was from a small town near the forest where I had camped. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was a small, smooth stone, similar to the ones I had seen arranged in that strange pattern. Carved into its surface was the same symbol, the tree with faces in its branches. Wrapped around the stone was a note written in a shaky hand. Remember, respect, never return. I recognized Frank's handwriting from the maps he had shown me. The message was clear. This was both a warning and a reminder. The forest and its spirits were real, and they were not to be trifled with. Years have passed since that fateful camping trip, and I've done my best to put it behind me. I moved away from Los Angeles, seeking a fresh start in a bustling East Coast city where the tallest things around me are skyscrapers, not ancient trees. I've never gone camping again. The call of the wild that once drew me so strongly now fills me with dread. But sometimes, especially on quiet nights when the wind rustles through the city trees, I find myself thinking about that forest. I wonder about Frank, the grizzled old ranger who saved my life. Is he still out there, protecting unsuspecting campers from horrors they can't imagine? Or has he, too, fallen victim to the hungry spirits of the woods? And I think about Mike Holloway, the man who had been so thoroughly claimed by the forest. Was he truly gone? Or was some part of him still out there, wandering the shadowy paths between the trees? Most of all, I think about the spirits themselves. Are they confined to that one forest, or are they everywhere, watching and waiting from every patch of wilderness? The thought keeps me awake some nights, staring out my window at the city lights and imagining what might be hiding in the darkness beyond. I keep the carved stone Frank sent me on my desk as a constant reminder, not just of the danger I survived, but of the thin veil that separates our mundane world from forces we can barely comprehend. It serves as a warning to respect the wild places of the world and to never underestimate the power of nature, both seen and unseen. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I could swear I hear whispers, faint and just on the edge of comprehension. In those moments, I'm transported back to that forest, surrounded by ancient trees and watched by hungry spirits. And I wonder, did I ever truly escape? Or did a part of me remain there, forever wandering those dark and secret paths? As I sit here writing down this account of my experience, I can't help but feel that I'm being watched. Not by anything in this city, but by something far away, patient and ancient. And I know with a certainty that chills me to my core that somewhere in a distant forest the spirits are stirring once again, awaiting their next unsuspecting visitor. Remember, respect, never return. These words have become my mantra, a shield against the lingering whispers of the forest. But even as I repeat them, I can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, the forest will call me back. And when it does, will I have the strength to resist? Months after I finished writing my account, I received another package. This one was larger, heavier. Inside, I found a collection of journals, their pages yellowed with age and warped by moisture. A note tucked inside the cover read simply, "Found these in an old ranger station. Thought you should have them. F." As I read through the journals, a chill settled over me. They contained accounts dating back decades, all telling similar stories to mine. Campers, hikers, and rangers who had encountered something inexplicable in the forest. Some had escaped, like me. Others hadn't been so lucky. The final entry in the last journal caught my eye. It was dated just a few weeks ago, written in a hand I recognized, Frank's. "I'm getting too old for this," he had written. "Been fighting these woods for too long. It's someone else's turn now. leaving these journals for the next poor soul who needs to know the truth. God help them. The entry ended there. I tried to contact Frank to find out what had happened to him, but it was as if he had vanished into thin air. The ranger station where he had worked had no record of him. It was as if he had never existed. As I sit here now, surrounded by these journals full of forgotten horrors, I realize that I'm part of something larger than myself, a cycle of discovery, terror, and warning that has been repeating for generations. I don't know what compelled Frank to send me these journals, or what has become of him. But I do know this. The story of the forest and its spirits isn't over. It will never be over. There will always be those who are drawn to the wilderness, seeking escape or enlightenment. And there will always be something waiting for them, hungry and patient. So I'll do what Frank did. I'll keep these journals safe, adding my own account to their pages. And if someday someone comes to me with wild eyes and a tale of terror from the woods, I'll pass this knowledge on. Because in the end, that's all we can do. Warn those who will listen, and hope that it's enough to keep the hungry spirits at bay. But even as I write these final words, I can hear it. A faint whisper, like wind through distant trees. And I wonder, not for the first time, if the forest has truly let me go, or if it's just biding its time, waiting for the day when I can no longer resist its call. Remember, respect, never return. The mantra echoes in my mind, a desperate prayer against the encroaching whispers. But will it be enough? Only time will tell. It was supposed to be a simple getaway, a chance to clear my head and escape the suffocating grip of city life. My name is Marcus Thorne, and I've always considered myself an outdoorsman at heart. Growing up in the suburbs of Chicago, I'd spend every chance I got exploring the nearby forest preserves, imagining myself as some intrepid explorer charting unknown wilderness. But life, as it often does, had other plans for me. A decade of corporate drudgery, a messy divorce, and the recent loss of my father had left me feeling hollow, disconnected from the world and from myself. That's why when I finally managed to take a leave of absence from work, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I rented an RV, packed my gear, and set out for the Appalachian Mountains. My destination, a remote campground called Shadowbrook, nestled deep in the heart of what locals referred to as the Whispering Woods. The drive was long but therapeutic. As I left the sprawling urban landscape behind, I felt the weight on my shoulders gradually lifting. The further I got from civilization, the more alive I felt. By the time I reached the outskirts of the Whispering Woods, a sense of anticipation had replaced my usual anxiety. The forest was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Ancient trees towered overhead, their gnarled branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The canopy was so thick that even in the middle of the day, the forest floor was bathed in an eerie twilight. As I navigated the narrow, winding road to the campground, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I chalked it up to my imagination, excited by the prospect of adventure. Shadowbrook Campground turned out to be little more than a small clearing with a few primitive campsites. It was perfect. I was the only one there, which suited me just fine. I parked my RV near a babbling brook that gave the campground its name and set about making camp. As I worked, I felt a rare sense of peace wash over me. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the earthy scent of decaying leaves and pine. The gentle gurgle of the brook mixed with the rustling of leaves in the breeze, creating a soothing, natural symphony. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. With camp set up, I decided to explore a bit before nightfall. I grabbed my backpack, made sure my GPS was working, and set off into the woods. The trail was overgrown and barely visible in places, but I wasn't worried. I'd always prided myself on my sense of direction. As I hiked deeper into the forest, the atmosphere began to change. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches intertwining overhead to block out what little light filtered through. The air grew thick and heavy, almost oppressive. And the silence. It was absolute. No bird calls, no scurrying animals, not even the buzz of insects. just an all-encompassing quiet that seemed to swallow every sound. I was about to turn back when I spotted something through the trees, a flash of weathered wood that didn't belong. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pushed through the underbrush toward it. What I found made my breath catch in my throat. It was an old cabin, long abandoned and half reclaimed by the forest. Vines crawled up its walls and part of the roof had caved in. But there was something about it that drew me in, a sense of forgotten history that called to be discovered. Approaching cautiously, I peered through one of the grimy windows. The interior was dark, filled with shadows and decay. But there, on a rickety table in what must have been the main room, was a stack of old photographs. They seemed so out of place in the dereliction that I couldn't resist taking a closer look. I tried the door, half expecting it to be locked, but it swung open with a mournful creak. The musty smell of abandonment assaulted my nostrils as I stepped inside. Dust motes danced in the few beams of light that managed to penetrate the gloom. I made my way to the table, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The photographs were old, their edges yellowed and curling. They showed a family, a man, a woman, and 2 children. Their faces were solemn, their eyes holding a sadness that seemed to transcend time. As I flipped through the images, a chill ran down my spine. In each successive photo, the family looked more gaunt, more haunted. And in the final image, only the man remained, his eyes wild and unfocused, staring at something beyond the camera. A floorboard creaked behind me and I spun around, my heart racing. But there was nothing there, just empty shadows and dust. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was time to leave. As I hurried back to my campsite, the forest seemed different. Shadows danced at the corner of my vision, always disappearing when I turned to look. The trees loomed larger, their branches reaching out like clawed hands. And all the while, that oppressive silence pressed in on me, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. By the time I reached my RV, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of blood red and deep purple. I quickly started a fire, its warm glow providing a small circle of comfort in the gathering darkness. As I prepared my dinner, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. It was just an abandoned cabin, I told myself, old photos of a family long gone, nothing to be afraid of. But as night fell and the forest came alive with unfamiliar sounds, I found it hard to believe my own reassurances. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush set my nerves on edge. I retreated to the relative safety of my RV, locked the doors, and tried to sleep. Sleep, when it came, was fitful and filled with unsettling dreams. I saw the family from the photographs, their hollow eyes accusing as they reached out to me with skeletal hands. I dreamt of running through endless woods, always pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel breathing down my neck. I woke with a start sometime after midnight, my shirt soaked with sweat. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The woods, the cabin, the photos. And that's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps crunching on the gravel outside my RV. They circled the vehicle, pausing occasionally as if listening. My mouth went dry and my heart hammered against my ribs. "Hello?" I called out, hating how weak and scared my voice sounded in the darkness. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound had been. With shaking hands, I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously approached the door. Every instinct screamed at me to stay inside, to hide until dawn. But I had to know. I threw open the door and shone the flashlight into the night. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating trees and shadows, until it fell upon a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was a man, tall, gaunt, with a wild, unkempt beard and eyes that reflected the light like an animal's. With a jolt of horror, I realized he looked just like the man from the final photograph. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying and failing to keep the tremor out of my voice. The man didn't respond. He just stood there staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. And then, slowly, his lips curled into a smile that was anything but friendly. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my mind racing. Who was he? What did he want? I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bed, jumping at every sound. the flashlight clutched in my sweaty hand like a talisman. As the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, I made a decision. I was leaving. This trip, this place, it wasn't worth it. I packed up as quickly as I could, constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see the gaunt man watching me from the tree line. It wasn't until I was almost finished that I noticed it. There, scratched into the dirt near where I'd had my fire, was a single word: stay. I didn't need any more encouragement to leave. I finished loading the RV in record time and peeled out of the campsite, gravel spraying behind me. As I navigated the twisting road out of the forest, my eyes constantly darted to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man chasing after me. It wasn't until I reached the main highway that I finally began to relax. The bright sunshine and the sight of other cars, other people, helped to push back the lingering dread that had taken root in my chest. I drove for hours, putting as much distance between myself and the whispering woods as I could. Eventually, I had to stop for gas. I pulled into a small-town service station, the kind of place that seems frozen in time. As I filled up the RV, an old man approached me. He introduced himself as Earl and asked where I was coming from. When I mentioned Shadowbrook and the Whispering Woods, his weathered face grew serious. "You shouldn't have gone there," he said, his voice low. "That place has a dark history." Over cups of bitter coffee in the station's small diner, Earl told me a story that made my blood run cold. The cabin I'd found had once belonged to the Blackwood family: Thomas, his wife Eleanor, and their 2 children, Abigail and Samuel. They'd been one of the original settling families in the area, living off the land and keeping to themselves. But something had happened to them. Something terrible. Earl wasn't clear on the details. Time had a way of muddying the truth. But he spoke of madness, of dark rituals in the woods, of a hunger that couldn't be satisfied. The official story was that the family had succumbed to disease or starvation during a particularly harsh winter, but the locals knew better. "They say the forest took them," Earl said, his rheumy eyes distant, "swallowed them up and twisted them into something else, something that ain't quite human anymore." I listened, a cold knot forming in the pit of my stomach. Earl went on to tell me about the disappearances that had plagued the area over the years. Hikers, campers, even a few locals, all vanishing without a trace in or around the Whispering Woods. "The forest calls to some people," Earl said, "draws them in, and once it gets its hooks in you, it doesn't let go easy." I left the gas station feeling shaken to my core. Earl's stories had given form to the nameless dread I'd felt in the woods, but they'd also left me with more questions than answers. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as local superstition, the kind of spooky stories every small town has, but I couldn't shake the memory of the gaunt man's eyes, of the words scratched into the dirt outside my RV. I drove home in a daze, my mind replaying every moment of my time in the Whispering Woods. By the time I reached my apartment, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I told myself that all I needed was a good night's sleep in my own bed, surrounded by the comforting noise of the city. Everything would look different in the morning. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the Blackwood family's faces from those old photographs. I heard the crunch of footsteps outside my RV. I felt the oppressive silence of the forest pressing down on me. When I finally did fall asleep, my dreams were vivid and terrifying. I was back in the woods, running from something I couldn't see. The trees reached out to grab me, their branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I could hear voices on the wind, whispers that spoke of ancient hunger and patient malevolence. And always, just behind me, were footsteps. Slow, steady, inexorable. I woke up screaming, tangled in my sweat-soaked sheets. For a moment, I didn't know where I was. The shadows in the corners of my room seemed to move, and I could have sworn I caught a whiff of pine and decay. The next few weeks were a struggle. I tried to go back to my normal routine, but nothing felt right. The city, which had once been my home, now felt confining. The noise and the crowds that I'd always taken for granted now set my teeth on edge. I found myself longing for the quiet of the forest, even as the memory of it filled me with dread. I couldn't focus at work. My mind kept wandering back to the whispering woods, to the cabin, to the gaunt man with his animal eyes. I started researching the area's history, digging into old newspaper archives and local folklore. What I found only deepened the mystery. The Blackwood family wasn't the only one to vanish in those woods. Over the decades, there had been dozens of disappearances. Some were written off as accidents or runaways, but others defied explanation. And always there were whispers of something in the forest, something old and hungry. I became obsessed. My apartment walls became covered with maps, newspaper clippings, and hastily scribbled notes. I spent hours on online forums dedicated to unsolved mysteries and paranormal encounters, sharing my story and seeking others who might have had similar experiences. That's how I met Lily Chen. She reached out to me after reading my account on one of the forums. Lily was a graduate student in anthropology, specializing in folklore and rural American myths. She had been researching the Whispering Woods and the surrounding area for her thesis. We met for coffee, and I found myself pouring out the whole story to her. To my relief, Lily didn't think I was crazy. In fact, she had her own theories about what was happening in the Whispering Woods. There are places in this world, she told me, her dark eyes intense, where the veil between realities is thin. Places where old magic still lingers. I think the Whispering Woods might be one of those places. Lily shared her research with me. She had collected dozens of stories from the area, spanning back over a century. Tales of strange lights in the woods, of people going in and coming out changed, if they came out at all. She spoke of ancient Native American legends about a hungry spirit that lived in the forest, and of early settler accounts of a shadow that walks like a man. As fantastic as it all sounded, it resonated with what I had experienced. It gave shape to the formless dread that had followed me out of the woods. And more than that, it offered the possibility of answers. Lily proposed that we go back to the Whispering Woods. She wanted to conduct a proper investigation to document the phenomena and perhaps uncover the truth behind the legends. Part of me recoiled at the idea of returning to that place. But a larger part, the part that had always yearned for adventure and answers, leapt at the chance. We spent weeks planning the trip. We pored over maps, plotting out the locations of known disappearances and sightings. We gathered equipment, cameras, audio recorders, EMF detectors, and more. Lily even reached out to some of her colleagues in the paranormal research field. And soon our two-person expedition had grown to include a psychic medium named Madame Zora and a grizzled ex-Marine turned cryptozoologist who went by the name Grizzly. As our departure date approached, my dreams became more vivid and unsettling. I saw the Blackwood family, their flesh rotting off their bones, beckoning me deeper into the woods. I heard whispers in a language I didn't understand but somehow knew was ancient and full of malice. And always, there was the gaunt man with his animal eyes, watching and waiting. The night before we left, I had the most terrifying dream yet. I was back in the cabin, but it was different. The decay was gone, replaced by a pristine interior that looked like it had been frozen in time. The Blackwood family sat around the table, their eyes hollow and black. They turned to look at me in unison, their mouths opening impossibly wide. And from those gaping maws came a sound, not a scream, not a roar, but a rustling whisper, like wind through dead leaves. It spoke a single word, over and over: return. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding. For a moment I considered calling the whole thing off, but I knew I couldn't. Whatever was happening in the Whispering Woods, whatever had happened to me, I needed answers. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that those answers were waiting for me in the forest. As I packed my bags and prepared to meet the others, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something far beyond my understanding. The dream lingered in my mind, its whispered command echoing in my thoughts. Return. Our team gathered early the next morning. Lily was practically vibrating with excitement, her eyes bright with the prospect of discovery. Madame Zora, a small, wiry woman with wild gray hair and eyes that seemed to look through you rather than at you, kept muttering under her breath and fingering a collection of talismans around her neck. Grizzly, true to his name, was a bear of a man with a bushy beard and hands like meat hooks. He loaded our gear into the van with practiced efficiency, checking and double-checking our supplies. The drive to the Whispering Woods was tense. I found myself gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror as if expecting to see the gaunt man following us. As we neared our destination, the atmosphere in the van changed. Conversations died away, replaced by an expectant silence. We set up base camp at the same clearing where I had stayed before. As soon as we entered the woods, Madame Zora became agitated. She paced the perimeter of our camp, muttering incantations and scattering herbs. "This place," she said, her accent thick with tension, "it hungers, it watches. We must be careful." Grizzly set up our equipment with military precision: motion-activated cameras, audio recorders, night vision goggles. Lily began taking samples of soil and vegetation, meticulously cataloging everything. I found myself drawn to the path that led to the old cabin, my feet moving almost of their own accord. "I'll scout ahead," I called to the others, ignoring their protests. I knew I shouldn't go alone, but something was pulling me forward. The forest seemed to close in around me as I walked, the trees looming larger, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The silence was absolute, broken only by the crunch of leaves under my feet and the pounding of my own heart. The cabin looked exactly as I remembered it, a dilapidated relic lost in time. But as I approached, something changed. For a moment, just a moment, I saw it as it must have been when the Blackwoods lived there. Paint, fresh and bright, smoke curling from the chimney, the sounds of a family going about their day drifting through the open windows. Then I blinked, and it was a ruin once more. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking ominously under my weight. The stack of photographs was still there on the table, untouched since my last visit. But now there was something else, a leather-bound book, its cover etched with strange symbols. My hand reached for it almost involuntarily. As my fingers brushed the cover, a jolt of energy surged through me. Images flashed through my mind, the Blackwood family, their faces twisted in terror and ecstasy, dark shapes moving through the trees, a hunger vast and ancient stirring in the heart of the forest. I heard whispers, countless voices speaking as one. "You have returned. You are ours now." I don't know how long I stood there, lost in that vision. I came back to myself with a start, the book clutched to my chest. Outside, I could hear the others calling my name, their voices tinged with panic. I stumbled out of the cabin, my mind reeling. The next few days passed in a blur of increasing tension and unexplainable events. Our equipment malfunctioned constantly, batteries draining for no reason, recordings filled with static and whispers. Madame Zora grew more agitated by the hour, muttering about malevolent spirits and ancient evils. Grizzly, for all his skepticism, grew jumpy, his hand constantly straying to the hunting knife at his belt. Lily threw herself into her research with a fervor that bordered on obsession. She pored over the book I'd found, working to decipher its cryptic text. "It's a record," she told us, her eyes fever-bright with lack of sleep. "A record of the forest, of the thing that lives here. The Blackwoods didn't disappear. They became part of it, willingly." As the days wore on, the forest seemed to press in closer. We began to see things out of the corner of our eyes, flitting shadows, pale faces peering from behind trees. At night, we huddled around our campfire, jumping at every snapping twig and rustle of leaves. Sleep, when it came, was filled with nightmares of pursuit and consumption. On our 5th night in the woods, everything came to a head. We were woken by Madame Zora's screams. She was standing at the edge of our camp, pointing into the darkness with a shaking hand. There, just beyond the reach of our flashlights, stood the gaunt man. But he wasn't alone. Behind him were shapes, dozens of them, vaguely human, but wrong somehow, their proportions distorted, their movements jerky and unnatural. "Run!" Grizzly bellowed, grabbing what gear he could. We fled into the night, the sounds of pursuit close behind us. The forest seemed to come alive around us, branches whipping at our faces, roots rising to trip our feet. I could hear whispers on the wind, calling my name, promising power and knowledge if only I would stop, turn around, embrace the hunger. I don't know how long we ran or how we found our way out of the woods. The night passed in a nightmarish blur of terror and exhaustion. When we finally broke free of the tree line, stumbling onto the main road as the first light of dawn touched the sky, we were down to just 3. Madame Zora was gone, lost somewhere in the dark heart of the forest. We never spoke about what happened that night, not really. Grizzly left as soon as we reached civilization, muttering about heading somewhere far away, somewhere with no trees. Lily threw herself back into her research, determined to make sense of what we'd experienced. She talks about going back someday, about finishing what we started. I pray she never does. As for me, I've tried to put it all behind me. I moved to the city, as far from any forest as I could get. But at night, I still dream of the Whispering Woods. I see the Blackwood family, their faces both familiar and terribly alien, beckoning me to join them. I hear the whispers, promising that one day I'll return. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I catch a glimpse of something in my eyes. A hunger, vast and patient, waiting to be fed. The Whispering Woods taught me a harsh truth. There are places in this world where the familiar rules don't apply, where ancient hungers still lurk in the shadows. And once you've glimpsed what lies beyond the veil, you can never truly look away. The forest is patient. It can wait. And someday, I fear, I will answer its call to return.